Hello, test, 1, 2, 3. Hello, test, 1, 2, 3.
You speak into that, or did you turn it off?
No, I can do it.
So it is coming, the speakers on the TV are working.
Yeah, just like that.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah. Extreme. There's. He was in Mike. Could be. Yeah. So just did this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's for sure. So that she can. Because she get it and watch. She would. So it's like stays. Oh, no. Oh, You wanted to look at
Look how.
Yeah, and eventually. He trips. Partially, yeah. Good. Yes. So that's what I was thinking. Oh, it's. More problem. That's a procedure. But somewhere.
I do like her vibe.
Nobody. Hey, what do I? Why they weird artists?
Oh, it's nice. Yeah.
Just. I know those early days of us. All those are stuff. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's house.
It's. You know. It's.
Yes. Just.
You know, like. Yeah, every year. Minus.
Kind of stop share. There's Zoom and meeting, that's a little horn chowder, that's why.
It could be.
That much, what was unique?
Well, they didn't get that. No, explain the whole thing.
But it's on this first. So I.
She goes, she.
But it's finished.
She doesn't say.
It's in the drop folder, so about No.
That's
Josh. I can also reshare it to you. I just. After my, yeah, that meeting out in the lobby. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yeah. Do one of those. The other thing is.
Are we good to go? We are recording?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You can still hear.
Here.
I'll work on that. Well.
Yeah, now we're good to go.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Hello, welcome to December 9th, 2025 work session. We've got Graham with the CDOT exit 203 update and
Yeah, Scott Harris, I'm the CDOT project. Live and work is.
nice to see you for being there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm Grant Anderson, I'm a resident engineer for folks who don't know me, so, Scott's the project manager for exit 203 and. We've got a short slide deck and some animation, so just let Scott run with it, and we're happy to answer questions. I think, just to start, big picture, we're on track to advertise this, mid-January for bids. So fingers crossed on bidding environment for infrastructure jobs right now. Not super confident, but maybe contractors are hungry, right? So we'll see how it goes. We should know it's about a 4-week advertisement. So mid-February, we'll have an idea if we have a contract on the books. That'll get to Scott.
Yeah, great. So yeah, I think we have like 30 minutes, and probably got 25 minutes of stuff to cover, but feel free to stop me with questions and I can make up time later on. in the presentation. So my thought was for the talk here was, I think everybody's familiar with exit 203. But the background was probably something that you may get questions on to get closer to construction, so it'd be helpful to bring you up to speed with that. Talk about our proposed improvements. And then we have a really nice animation that we developed for public outreach. It's probably a year or two ago. I thought I'd show that because it really does a great job showing how traffic movements are going to change after construction. And then talk a little bit about the detours. The detours are really going to be on the local network, construction of the roundabouts. We'll go through that, time frames and impacts there. Talk a little bit about where we're at with our right-of-way process, and then it's IGA. Discuss it. So, again, yeah. So the kind of driving force for the project is the safety concern on the westbound off ramp. I think everybody who lives in Summit County is familiar with it. About a month or two ago, we got this video from our consultant whose friend was driving the video or driving the vehicle and took the video. And it really does a great job reinforcing so play this here. So it's working. So you see the vehicle's approaching the queue where it's backed up in the decel lane beyond the gore, which is the separation of the ramp at I-70. Traffic is passing in the through lane going 70+ miles an hour. somebody rear ends the guy in the back of the queue.
Oh,
Holy cow.
So, ladies again, this was a family of four, two young kids, just perhaps nobody was hurt. One, which is weird, but, different situations could have been a lot worse. Rolling and taking out the fence, and so here's the kind of aftermath. Again, that silver vehicle is a pretty large SUV, so they've been going 70 miles an hour and ran into a smaller, older vehicle. The outcome could have been a lot different. So, background, we did a feasibility study knowing that there was a safety issue here. So just kind of back up here, you can see my plan. The feasibility study was completed in 2020. And when we were looking at the issue that we solve this, the backup westbound ramp. When we look at projects for feasibility, we look at what we need to do 20 years out to make sure we build a product or a project that'll function in the foreseeable future. So not only were we trying to solve this, but when we looked at 2045 traffic volumes, we realized that we had a pretty good operational issues started to show up in the Lusher Court Gillen Dam Road intersection. 2045 traffic, we quickly start to see volumes back up and the queue back up from the intersection and past the eastbound off ramp. And once you have traffic backing up beyond there, you start getting traffic backing up down the ramp. And have a parallel to I-70, so we end up with a safety situation similar to what we have on westbound. So the safety issue on westbound drove us to look at operational issues in 2045, which we then identified a safety issue on eastbound as well. So through the feasibility process, we looked at different options on how to improve those issues. The alternative one was replacing the single lane roundabout with a 2-lane roundabout. And then option 2 or alternative 2 is replacing the single lane roundabout with a signal. And then we looked at reconstructing the interchange to make it a divergent diamond. That's where, for those that aren't familiar, you actually cross over and go on the opposite side of the road. There's one that is in Grand Junction, another one down in Boulder. Fourth alternative was the single point urban interchange. That's where you take the ramp terminals and pull them into a single point in the middle of the interchange. There's one of these in Park City. You ever drive one, they're definitely confusing the first time you approach it, but they do work. And then our fifth alternative was a tight urban diamond interchange, and this is the one where we looked into Frontage Road bypass here to take traffic. And then through that, we came to our final proposal alternative, which is what we're taking to construction. And this one, we still have a single lane off ramp and 2 lanes on the ramp to store traffic. We're replacing the single lane roundabout with a signal. As we evaluated it, the signal gave us the most control of the intersection. At 2045 traffic, you don't see volumes backing up past the core, but if they were to, we could have protection back here to trigger the signal to clear the ramp, prevent it going back up. With the 2 lanes on the ramp, we would widen the bridge to 4 lanes over I-70 with the 10-foot multi-use trail. We are adding a signal to the eastbound ramps. That's primarily to account for the third movements and accommodate the Iverson folks in the Meadow Creek trailhead. We got down to the Dillon Dam Road, Lusher Court intersection. We knew we needed to keep traffic flowing southbound to prevent that safety issue. So we're taking we needed to take out the left turn movements, so we're making this a right in, right out only intersection. And to accommodate those left turns, we need to build this frontage road. So the frontage road will tie into Lusher Court and Dam Road with 2 new roundabouts. And we'll build a new structure on Highway 9 to allow frontage roads. All the green is shown are proposed pedestrian improvements. And we are adding a signal at the northbound 9 at Dillon. To make sure that we can clear Dam Road right turn traffic to the interstate. And prevent it from backing up into the roundabout. So that signal will be just for 9 north. And Dam Road. Any questions on those? Things on that. So here's the animation. This is what does a really great job. Show how traffic. It's like moving. I don't think we have sound for this one, so I can just kind of talk through some of it. Here's the proposed improvements. We've got AC Marriott right here in the middle, Alpine Inn, Safeway. Show the direction.
That's 2045 traffic flow.
So this is more just the animation. This doesn't really show the actual traffic volumes. So this is showing if you're coming from Whole Foods and want to get back on I-70, you'll end up taking the frontage road around, go under Highway 9, and then turn on 9, go north or east or west. Instead of being able to go to Highway 9 and turn. So this is a change for the folks. Here, this is the change for folks that were coming north on 9. We want to turn left at Lusher to go to Whole Foods. Here, it's not a huge change. You actually take a right, go around the roundabout under 9, and then a right at the Lusher Court. That'll drive roundabout. For most local folks, you'll probably end up taking a left on Hahn Drive and looking area. Not too big of a difference. Change in perspective, looking from the other side. For folks that wanted to go to like Lake Forest condos, you're coming off I-70, instead of taking left on the Dam Road, you end up taking a right and going around the AC Marriott and through the Dam Road roundabout to go eastbound. Folks coming from the Dam Road that want to head to say Breckenridge. You go under Highway 9, around Frontage Road, around the roundabout, and make that right out to Highway 9. Instead of coming to the Dam Road and waiting at the signal, it's more of a free flow. So it should be fairly efficient. For some folks, though, they may choose to make a left on North 10 Mile and head south down to the next signal. There to go left. Sorry for the sound not working on that one, but does anybody have questions here? Scroll back and forth.
The question. I know it's kind of out of your guys' like area of being able to do anything, but on North 10 Mile, if people are turning down, I'm sure you heard we haven't been out there now. Do you anticipate with a 4-way stop being there? Like, do you think that would turn into a little bit of a gridlock situation.
Further back on 10 Mile Drive, like
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah,
It's not in this picture.
it's just below where the picture ends.
So first thing.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to wait and see. I think a lot of the local street impacts we talked about are really hard to predict.
Mhm.
So trying to guess the number of people that are gonna take that route versus turning left, they don't wanna do a longer path versus someone going down Meadow Drive. They don't know to kind of parse that out, and so I think our consultants that look at the traffic we're kind of looking at what would be the worst case scenario, and it wouldn't look too bad, but it may, and Chris McGinnis was in on this, it may generate some other needs down at longer signal. That one might get impacted a little bit. We really don't know until this thing gets operational, and then I would expect a fairly minor tweaks on the local street system, but overall it shouldn't be too bad.
I want to follow up Robin's question with another question. Now looking at the other side, going from the cycling exit. And how this might affect traffic, the interior of the town, Little Chief, Miners, Alpine. These TV, that is forcing local traffic to want to utilize those streets more or the section.
I think we're concerned during construction, really. As soon as this thing opens, it's gonna be really efficient, and so. There'll be less reason to go to exit 201. I think during construction, we talked about challenging. All the people self-detouring around this to get to West this way. So the construction package has a pretty robust sign plan for that. 201 area to get, especially big trucks. To not use Main Street, we're gonna have a big arrow and force them back eastbound to come back around. That's gonna be something that's hard to police probably, but we're gonna have a public information manager that's gonna push that message during construction. So. Yes and no.
Is there 1 year of this construction over another that will be more impactful as far as traffic flow?
That's a good question, so.
Yeah, and we can talk about that in a couple slides, but I think we'll probably season 2. Notice more construction. Big impact, especially with. Tours.
Yeah, I agree. I think the 2027 will be most impactful. Because that's when we're gonna remove the roundabout. The westbound ramp terminal. So trying to convert that from a roundabout to a signal is gonna be very tricky. We do have a bunch of utilities that have to move ahead of us next summer in Lusher. And so they're on the hook to get out of our way before we can be in there in 2027, so Lusher. That will be done by others, not our contractors, so that could be a little messy, but we'll see on those.
Just like the timing of everyone.
Yeah, I think the way we phased it, it's gonna be a lot of construction outside of traffic. So we'll get to a couple slides where we do have to do some closures. Those will probably be the ones that have the local streets.
This. I don't know how to exactly ask this question, but. GPS systems send people in different ways, right? A lot of times they're based on time. Is there ways to deal with that? Manipulate that? When there's construction going on?
I don't know how well it's gonna handle it during construction. I'm more worried about it switching over after construction.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So during construction, people need to pull their eyes towards the construction signs and not their screen, right? Because we're gonna have.
You have a solution for that, right?
Yeah, no, is we're gonna keep all the lanes really especially in the first season, we're gonna have some shifts. But we're not gonna have lanes closed.
Right.
Maybe some at night, but in the first season, we're gonna keep traffic flowing, except Lusher can get messy, but It won't be that complicated, and then if Waze or someone reroutes you,
Right.
I mean. It is, I don't think we can control that, but. I think monitoring 201 is
Right.
gonna be a kind of a partnership effort, so we don't have a lot of truck traffic. But we'll have signs on 9 on Summit Boulevard and at the exit to keep trucks off of Main. I think if we can do that, we're gonna do it.
Because a lot of times, I mean, Maine and 201 are not gonna be any faster. It's just, it's gonna be a perception.
I agree.
Part of the capital putting through in 29, we'll do a look at the traffic study following this. As well too, and see how the business district is impacted.
So yeah, so I guess the detour piece, this is probably one you'll have to field some questions on. During construction. So to build the roundabouts is really where kind of the majority of the detours are did. This Dam Road roundabout. We need to phase the construction just based on kind of that tight area to work in. This detour isn't too bad. Will be closed for up to 20 working days. It's 4 weeks. We'll also need to head down the next. I'm not sure what street that is, but the next really south. This one, the Dillon Dam Road, kind of east. Bound to north 10 mile, southbound. Closure is probably gonna be a bigger impact. That's for all folks coming off I-70 that want to go on Dam Road. Are gonna have to head south to the next signal. 10 mile. Head back. That closure's 15 days.
And those will be in 2027.
Yep.
Great, we've got it phased right.
These other detours, so this one on the left is for the bike path north of Starbucks. We're regrading and reconfiguring that so it's a trail that goes along to the Dam Road. That one, the trail will be closed for 20 days. The sign detour will be down to north 10 mile, but for folks on foot or bike, they end up just going through Starbucks, natural grocers to get back to the trail. The Meadow Drive closure for the Lusher Court roundabout, so that's a closure between Lusher and the access to the transfer center parking lot. We have had Summit Stage involved, so they're aware of this closure to down to take their buses down to Hahn Drive. But the route around through the transfer center will remain open. There'll be some phasing and shifting of traffic on Lusher, but they'll be able to get back to 9. Yes. That closure will be 25 days because we're in that full leg at the time. Here's the last detour. This is for construction of widening the bridge and changing over the roundabout 2 signal. For large trucks, they won't be able to make that left turn. Just won't have enough there, so they'll be detoured down to Silverthorne to get back on westbound. This is a situation like where Grant was saying, we've added some additional signs down by the sanitation district to keep trucks on 9. Like you may see trucks trying to head down Main Street, so some additional enforcement out the stay at 9 for the detour.
And that one will be late, 2027.
So, and then for construction phasing, so this is kind of how we had broken out. I know initial conversations thought this could potentially be a 3-season job. But the way we wrote the phasing and plans, to show that we've gotten 2 seasons going from April 15th to October 31st, both years. The winter shutdown from November 1st to April 14th. first season of work won't be, I guess, as noticeable maybe, but it'll be the foundation for the I-70 bridge. We'll have some barriers on I-70, but no impact to traffic there. The construction of the frontage road underpass, we anticipate it being done half one season, half the second, but a good contractor could knock it out that first season. Also some earthwork and retaining walls kind of offline. The second season, that's where we'll see a lot of stuff get done. Complete the I-70 bridge, getting the frontage road paved, building 2 roundabouts, converting the roundabout on the westbound ramps to a signal, and then transitioning from full loop intersection to right out electric cord building. This is all how we laid it out in the plans, but a contractor made something different. Then moving on to the right of way piece. So this is kind of our last hurdle to clear. We have agreements from the 2 gas stations for temporary easements and the KFC. Safeway. Have to change a little verbiage, but that should be approved. We are acquiring, so the current trail that runs through there, there's a section of that runs through their property that we're gonna clean up. This yellow is the Summit County parcel, greenhouse HC3. The county's agreed to donate this parcel to the project, which is a great partner. The HC3 does have a lease agreement with the county, so based on Uniform Act, we need to relocate one of the greenhouses. So we're in the process of getting that set, so it should be done by the first season. We're not to keep operational. This green sliver here, that's part of the Alpine Inn lot. They've been great to work with. I think we've been going through negotiations right now, and we submitted a final offer to them, so that should be wrapped up here soon. Yeah, pink parcel, so this is the AC Marriott Hotel. We've worked with them to, the pink is taking a portion of their parking lot. And so we've worked with them, had several meetings, and came to a proposal that as part of our acquisition of this, the blue, which is in CDOT right away right now, they could acquire to reconstruct their parking and keep their parking lot spaces the same. And with them, we're still moving forward. There'll be probably lengthy negotiations that will go on there, but right now we've been told to stay on track. And then like I mentioned, this is the current right-of-way line for CDOT. We're gonna move the right-of-way line out to this purple, and this purple segment within CDOT right-of-way will be used to build a frontage road. After construction, the purple, pink, green, yellow, and red will all be transitioned to the town for to own and maintain. Well, I guess I should mention here too, so this PE 109, this pink hatched area, that was requested by the town to hold as for snow storage, so that the AC Marriott were built right up on the back of the trail. The town can still do so. There's a lot on this slide. I guess, does anybody have any questions? Right. On to the IGA part. I think with the transfer of the frontage road over to the town, that really keeps this pretty clean, basically following the division of authority. With that, the one kind of oddity with the project is Dillon Dam Road. So a portion of that is within CDOT right away. And I know there's been we had conversations with Chris McGinnis and Robert Jacobs when he was with the county. There was questions on who really maintains this section of Dillon Dam Road. And so they recommended that we use an IGA to help clarify that, make sure it was clear moving forward. So the solution was this section is within town limits, and then it goes, Dam Road goes back into Summit County, and then it goes back into town limits at Lake Forest condos. And so the dividing line was determined that Lake Forest condos, so everything west of their town's responsibility and everything east of their. So that's in the IGA. I think the IGA right now is with the town attorney. So be nice if you could encourage that review. Really perfect. Yeah, we want to get this over to our headquarters with the actual phone. Actually, so sure. Any questions with that?
The new frontage road is then plowed by the town.
Yep. That's all I had to cover. Hopefully we're good on time, but are there any questions?
Probably the question we get the most, and this is a testament to traffic engineers, is that it's counterintuitive to get rid of a roundabout for a signal. So your profession has done a great job. Until now.
Yeah, I can, so one thing I've learned through the process is, for roundabouts to operate efficiently, you really need equivalent traffic on multiple legs. In instant on the westbound ramps, we have two legs with basically all the traffic in there adjacent to each other. And so when we're looking at traffic, like Highway 9 folks come north, they really never need to yield entering the roundabout. And so if you have a long platoon of vehicles that's really spread out, it can quickly stack up the westbound off ramp, and we just don't get the gaps necessary. I know we did a study a few years back where we tried to reduce gaps to create spaces for folks, and when you have those high volumes of traffic or the high volume of traffic on westbound off ramp, you just can't create enough gaps to clear it, and that's where we get a signal in there, we can have a little more control overall with the two lanes on the ramp and two lanes on the bridge.
In that study, how did you try and induce gaps?
So that was simply with a flagger,
Okay.
somebody out there holding traffic to get folks on the ramp. Just didn't see the success.
You anticipate during construction that you'll end up with that backup of coming from westbound onto 203?
So I think we like existing condition, we've got the backups, we probably have some, we're gonna do a temporary signal. As part of the transition, and that signal should help control some of it, but I think we'll still see some backups until we get it.
How do you determine like signal length? Like,
Timing of the signal.
yeah, or just like, yeah, how long it's gonna stay green or stay red?
So we have a recommendation in our study on how long it should be, but a lot of that then gets manipulated based on what we're actually seeing after construction.
Yeah, the traffic engineers they can put in multiple different plans. So what we do is, I think there's 4 time plans for different days of the week, and yeah, and the idea is the signals have to be connected with fiber optics for those to work. So those signals in Silverton are finally all connected, so we got a pretty good improvement by that effort. So that'll be similar here, all these signals are gonna work together. And then the timing plans are going to put in on what the engineering says they should be. And then we'll see how that works, and we get modified if they need to. But there's also a big detection component, because you can't back up northbound too far or you're gonna impact that on eastbound. So there's some detection pieces in this too.
I don't know why I always think about that stuff. I mind games, thank God. Yeah.
Well, you said detection, that's like, is that a weight or there's a weight sensor or?
We're using cameras, so most of our detection is above now with cameras pointed at zones. This one's a little different. I think it's cameras, but I'm not sure on the protection. I just want to keep that ramp clear, so that's the key for this project.
Man, there's a lot that goes into that, huh?
Several years in the works.
Amazing.
Yeah, I think speaking to one of the first slides, the alternatives we looked at, nothing was working well. And the problem became, if this was built in the current era, so this interchanges from 1971-ish. We never would allow the Dillon Dam Road and Wetcher Court intersection to be that close, space-wise to the interstate. That would have been a deal killer. That would have had it been further south on Highway 9. So that's what's impacted basically all alternatives is that spacing. That's why we decided we need to take all left-turn movements out of that intersection to keep Highway 9 moving for 2045 traffic.
Does seem convoluted, but it's a lot of people who I'm sure are gonna complain. Because they're not used to whatever it's gonna be.
Yeah, I think
They're gonna
change-
have to go around.
Changes
them,
are-
so-
I think the idea though, from the first slide though, I'm surprised we haven't had a more serious crash at the westbound Gore area. Is the speed differential. About 20 years ago, we had a fatal crash in Westvale with almost the exact same scenario. There was a Coke truck. They hit the end of the queue going full speed. I'm very concerned that we need to get all stop people. It's a must. So
Well, the only one that's is the fast and everybody's trying to get in right at the end and yeah, I've seen it and just.
The
Something
idea-
bad's gonna happen.
The idea with the roundabout, when it was a four-way stop, I think in 98. It was failing, and so they put the roundabout in as one of the first roundabouts. It was supposed to be like a 10-year Band-Aid. And it's lasted 25 years, so it's done its job, but it's traffic has increased significantly in 20 years.
I thought we just built that just to put the elk there.
I know, I just kind of missed the help. Now gets.
That's the second most popular question. What's happening?
We learned to do something like that, that's the art scale.
I have to say, I am impressed. I'd like to see pictures of this and like, I don't get how this can be helpful. But the way that you walked me through it seems like it makes sense. I am looking forward to seeing more like pedestrian pathways through town and curious how it all works out.
Yeah, I'm the same. I'm really hopeful. I used to ride my bike with my kids in the trailer across 9 at Lusher to get to the dam road, and it's just not a good crossing, so no one will have to do that anymore. I think that's a key piece. And then if they want to get over to Meadow Creek over the bridge, that's going to be a lot nicer too, and not have to drive into the trailer.
Yeah, if you get questions, the animation is on our project website now, so it's.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate the update. We'll not necessarily look forward to the construction.
It'll be fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Well, let's put it this way, how many years did Glenn would take? 20? Something like that, and I remember going through that all the time, how crazy. You're going to Aspen on that road when that construction was going on, it took your life in your hand, it broke down.
Well, it's a good analogy. The interchange that they did when they replaced the Grand Avenue Bridge.
Oh, yeah,
If anybody goes to the hot springs, it's a little,
yeah.
so this should be more straightforward. I
I
hope. Thank y'all.
Yeah, thank you.
Alright, guys. And then you're.
So we'll have the water rate study.
But next is.
Very.
So then. Just less coming from groceries. Being how long.
They're not going down.
Calls them back.
We're good. Next up, the water rate study with Ryan and Leslie and remind us.
Talk to Todd.
Todd, Cristiano, thank you. Thanks for being here. We have a long time allotted. But we may, end up with a lot of discussion in here, so, take it away.
It'd be exciting. Sorry, who has the map? You have the mouse, let me get it. So I think I'm gonna let Todd kick us off as continuing with what we did last time. He'll start with a recap and so Todd, take it away. Absolutely, thanks, Ryan.
Unfortunately, I don't have any neat animations or pictures. So we're gonna settle with bullets and icons, but I think we'll manage. Good evening, it's a pleasure to be back, presenting the results. You may recall back in August, I came and spoke about the concepts and what goes into a rate study, we kind of set the foundation. And we had our financial plan meeting about a month ago, and I had a lot of questions there. That was the first of many steps within the process. And today we're going to review that just briefly, and then really just go into the rate design and the cost of service discussion. They're both very related to one another. Obviously, what's going to be really important to everyone here is the peer utility survey, how you rank among your peer utilities, Dillon, Silverthorne, and that sort of thing. So I'll jump right in here and please stop and any questions. So again, the rate study process, just to remind everyone, the first thing is we want to develop a financial plan which determines how much revenue do we need from rates and charges and fees to meet our annual expenditures, both just for 1 year, but also from a long-term planning perspective. And that is really driven by capital and with capital water utilities, designing and constructing facilities is a long time effort and they last a long time too. So you always want to have a long-term financial plan. So with our study, we did a 10-year financial plan. We know that things get a little fuzzy a few years out, but looking at a 10-year helps us plan what kind of annual revenue adjustments we might need. The cost of service is making sure that each one of our customer classes are paying their fair share. What's the basis for that? We'll talk about that with the cost of service discussion. And the rate design really is, are we recovering our costs for our rates? Is each customer class paying their fair share? And does it represent or incorporate some of the community values? We'll talk a little bit more about community values, what that means as we get to the rate design and how we kind of factor in, because there are some quantitative things and some qualitative things that we need to factor in. And tap fees is the last item. We're talking about tap fees in January. And just really quick, tap fees are those one-time charges. It's really independent of rates, although the amount of revenue you get from tap fees could impact your cash flow. But for the purposes of design rates, tap fees really don't have anything to do with design of water. Rates. We'll come back to you, I believe, in January to show how much those one-time charges are for new development or redevelopment are gonna be, and obviously compare against your peers. So you may recall in November, we looked at two financial plan scenarios, I think a 5% and 8.5% revenue adjustment. And we landed on the 8.5%. This is just the graphs that we showed from last time. That top graph is the comparison of your revenues, which was the solid line or the dotted line if you didn't do any revenue increase. And the bars there, the colors represent the different types of that you have each year. The graph on the bottom there is our reserves. And as you can see, the blue bar draws down each year. That's your ending balance. It's not a bad thing that your reserves are getting drawn down. That allows you to offset rate increases. If you want to keep your reserves at the same level at that, whatever that number is in that first year, you would have had to raise your revenue adjustments much higher than the 8.5%. And so by 2029, you've drawn down your reserves, but you still have a significant, an ample amount of reserves above your target, which is that black line. So that's, you're in a good spot there. And then over the rest of the time period there, you're staying above your reserves. There's a larger project in that last year, which draws down your reserves. But of course, a lot of things can happen 2 years, 1 year, or 10 years from now. So we came up with the 8.5 for the first couple of years, and then I believe it's in 2030, we dropped down to a 5% for the rest of the study period. So what we're trying to do here is with the 8.5% is be able to manage our capital projects through a pay-as-you-go or pay-go, meaning we won't be financing any of the capital projects. There's benefits, there's drawbacks to cash financing versus bond financing. You have to have the money up front to do that. But luckily, you do by looking at your reserves. Otherwise, you'd have to build up a lot of cash to then cash finance and build up your customers' rates. But having this strategy as well also still allows you to go out for future bonds for a future project that might come up and be sitting well for debt service coverage, meeting the reserve targets, everything like that. And there are the annual revenue adjustments at 8.5% for the first few years and then 5% from 2030 to 2033. Again, this is 8.5 on the overall rate revenues. All the revenue you get from customers' quarterly bills times 8.5%. That doesn't necessarily say that residential is going at 8.5%, so it's commercial, that's the cost of service. Again, it builds reserves, like I had mentioned, and you're well positioned for different types of financing and for including additional capital projects in the future. So we're in a good spot there with the and just to show, give some context here, this is obviously all the peer utilities that we looked at to compare with. We took one EQR customer, which is the basis for residential, 12,000 gallons per quarter, and we just plugged that gallonage into the rate structures from the other communities. And you can see that Frisco, under the current rate before the adjustment, is, I can't think of the number, I apologize.
Dollars.
Yeah. I'm going to the eye doctor here, going to the eye doctor 2 weeks, so over. And with the 8.5%, it goes up just a little bit. Whoops. Now keep in mind that we're putting Fisco 2026 typical bill on there with the 8.5% increase. We don't know what everybody else is doing. You know that Silverthorne is going to be raising their rates, and one thing to consider is that there's so many things going on behind the scenes here. Source of supply costs, what level source supply, what type of water are they treating as well? Is it surface water? Are they leveraged heavily? They're issuing a lot of debt, keeps the rates down, but now they've got extra debt interest to pay. Those sorts of factors that go into these rates. So it's not really an apples to apples comparison, but what it does provide, at least in context, all else being equal. And I imagine some of these utilities have a lot of similarities to the town. That almost being equal, that you're among the lower of the group here. We try to include a lot of representative towns, well, not just handpick 2 or 3. We want to pick a slew of them from the western slope.
I do want to add, because we found out the information about Silverthorne, they just adopted their new rates last month in November. And for a customer with one EQR using 12,000 gallons, that will in 2026 cost $88.32. So that would bump them up above all of the numbers in the purple highlights that you're seeing here above that 87.22.
So still some movement, we have the other ones to look at as well, some utilities, like the town of Breckenridge, I believe does look at annual levy adjustments as well, so there's not go out to the office. But when we get to the cost of service and rate design, you'll see a different percentage or different increase for certain types of customers. I'll get to that when we get to the rate design later. So to provide an overview of what your current rate structure is, it's an EQR based rate structure. And that means equivalent residential unit. That simply means the average water demand for one single family dwelling. And that's a very common rate structure on the western slope. It's analogous kind of to a 3/4 inch meter because most residential customers are 3/4 inch meters. We just call it an EQR here. And where this works really well is in how your tap fees are designed and how you apply your tap fees in these incremental 0.2 EQRs and things like that. So it's the rate schedule here kind of ties well to how the tap fee is assigned. But yes, one EQR, so all residential customers are one EQR. A school, one of your schools here is a lot of EQRs because it's a big school. So you can see it just scales with what the typical water demand is. You bill quarterly per EQR and a 4-tiered volumetric rate. Now, what's interesting about this EQR structure that as you have more EQRs, tier threshold, and I'll show you an example, scale with the number of EQRs. So if the first tier is 0 to 8, I have one EQR, 0 to 8,000 gallons. If you have 5 EQRs, it's 0 to 40,000 gallons. I'll show you, I've got a graph of how that impacts and how that customers' usage for large EQRs, how that kind of affects those customers. And the tier structure you have is designed for both conservation, obviously full recovery cost. We didn't have that, we kind of defeated the whole purpose of the study. So one of the things we looked at in our rate structure, one of the community values or price objectives was maintaining conservation and continuing that conservation message. So this is an example of a one EQR customer. This is your current rate structure. You can see that we have our tier structure or tier threshold 0 to 8, 8 to 16, so on and so forth. If we had a 2 EQR customer, it would be 0 to 16,000. And so the thresholds would double. But what's interestingly enough is that just because we've given a customer two EQRs, that doesn't necessarily mean that their actual water usage is double. And I'll show you a graph that I thought was pretty interesting we shared with Brian and Leslie about just kind of the usage characteristics of how smaller and larger customers fall through the EQR and the thresholds. So we're going to skip to the rate structure alternatives. I do have some cost of service information to share with you afterwards. Again, that's in your packet as well, but let's jump to the rate structure alternatives, provide some more context on that cost of service analysis. Our community objectives or price objectives or rate structure objectives, that's again one of those names there. Obviously, we want revenue stability, we want water use, we want conservation, people to be responsible with their water use. Cost proportionality between classes, that means that each customer class is paying their fair share of costs, and cost proportionality between customers within a class. That's kind of where this use per EQR or customers who have really high EQRs that don't have the commensurate multiple amounts of usage associated with it. So you try to balance that a bit. There's no silver bullet in terms of the right rate structure, the perfect rate structure. And the idea here is we have to balance all. So there's not a plug and play way that we can just hit A, B, and C and get all these perfectly, but kind of balance that with our rate structure alternative. So here's this EQR graph here. And along the x-axis is the number of customer EQR. So what we did is we looked at an average of all the customers that had 1 EQR, 2 EQR, 3, 4, so forth. And the bar represents the usage per EQR. So as you can see, as the EQR, customer EQR grows, meaning you go from a smaller customer to a very large customer, the actual use per EQR kind of goes down. That's what that dotted line represents there. It starts to go down a little bit. So what that means is that larger EQRs, customers are gonna tend to stay in that tier one rate more so than smaller EQRs. It's just a function of the EQR based rate structure. It's not good or bad. It's just, like I said, there's no silver bullet. There's just that balance of EQRs. There's a lot of benefits to the rate structure may offset that a little bit. So we just want to point that out as when we look at some of our customer characteristics, and you can see with this very busy graph here, we have 4 colors, and the dark color in the bottom, that's the percentage of volume billed in tier one. The percentage of volume is billed in tier one, so for one EQR customer, and you can see how much volume, the percentage of volume billed in each one of the tiers based on the different colors. And as you get to some of the larger EQRs, there's a lot more billed in tier one. It's not too consistent across all of the larger EQRs, but kind of supports that use of EQR going down a little bit. And again, that did factor into how we designed the rates. And again, this is just a function of the EQR based structure. But overall, when I look at this EQR based rate structure compared to other utilities who have an EQR based rate structure, it's somewhat balanced. There are some anomalies when you look at individual customers within 10 EQR customer class. There are some that are on either ends of the spectrum, but when we put this together, combining the residential and class together, it's a little more balanced. So that's a good thing. So we looked at 2, actually we came up with a lot of this, but we landed on 2, we actually landed on 1. Our first is status quo, meaning we want to talk, we don't think it's really not for us, we don't see the benefit really moving to this right now, it's not the time. So we look at status quo, which is simply saying, we're going to take your existing rate structure and add 8.5% to the rates of the service charge and volume. We always offer this if there's just not consensus on something else. Option 2 is what we did our cost service analysis, and we assigned off what was the volume related charge and the service charge, just to better tie those costs together. And so our service charge of that dollar per EQR recovers the portion of capital costs, because we do want to retain some fixed amount of fixed costs to help with certain capital charges through each year. And it also covers miscellaneous customer billing and general administrative costs. The general administrative costs and customer billing really don't have anything to do with the water use. That's really what cost service is about. So it's more of a fixed charge that you could use 0 gallons or 1,000,000 gallons. You still got to spend the time to send out that bill. It doesn't really vary based on the size of customer or the amount of customer use. So general administration, some customer billing, and then the capital cost from our service charge. The volume rates, we still retain the 4-tiered structure. But what we've done is get this conservation or wise use of water, and it's also this change in the amount of volume billed in tier 1, 2, 3, 4 based on it gets larger for our customers. We've dialed back that tier 3 from 50,000 gallon threshold and greater to 35,000 gallons. And we've increased the pricing between 3 and 4 that we currently have. By doing that, that lowers that tier 1 in a sense to help provide that essential water use at the lowest possible cost as good service would permit. So it has kind of a dual benefit there. That's going to benefit some customers more than others. There's always that balance. And then the irrigation rate, we're looking at uniform for all usage. When we looked at where the volume was falling in the tiers of irrigation, it's all basically the 3rd and 4th tier. So let's make it a uniform rate, call it really simple, and that way everybody's paying the same rate for that. Tier structure for irrigation is really tough because of the type of meter size and that. Well, is this tier, because we don't scale the tiers for irrigation? Is this a good representation of the top water demand for this kind of irrigated area versus this irrigated area? There's all different types of turf and size of irrigable area. So by reducing down to uniform, it kind of gets rid of that cost equity between customers within a class.
And I think worth noting about that, I think you had said, Brian, that we actually only have 7 irrigation customers that aren't at the top for sale.
Yes, dedicated irrigation meters, so there's plenty of irrigators out there, it's just passing through the master meter. And so you cannot disseminate, which is domestic water versus irrigation water, so. And counts and the classifications of the accounts are a little bit deceiving, so.
So we're really only talking about 7 years.
Right, this is not the irrigation on a residential account, it's a dedicated irrigation account.
But even where we have irrigation meters, that's still culinary water that's going to that irrigation, right? Rain, potable water, treated, yeah. Just as far as the aggregate data, so like really kind of dive in and isolate it, it's nearly impossible.
Is that mostly over here on the county that we're doing, so the people have the irrigation only?
Yeah,
Is
this
it the
guy,
people who have the wells over there and that?
Mountainside condominium complex, they have dedicated irrigation accounts. And then they within the billing format, they all receive individual bills that collectively pay the irrigation gap, so they get a kind of a sub bill for that. Good. And then the town, all of our parks are individually metered, but that's not.
Yeah.
It's accounted for water by irrigation, but not.
All right, so let's look at what the rates are. This only tells part of the stories. The typical bills is where this is really important. Here's your existing rate structure. 54s, 5743 EQR. We have our tiers there. You can see where it says tier 3 listed twice. That just shows where we've kind of changed the break point for our proposed. When we look at option 1, which is status quo, it's just 8.5% across the board. So the 5743 goes up by 8.5%, so do the rest of the rates. With the proposed cost of service, interestingly enough, when we did our analysis, it came out, our service charge came out pretty close to 5743. So to avoid confusion, we left it at that amount. It came out to be 5528 or something. Let's just leave it at the 5743. Yeah, it's not because it was eerily close. It just, so we kept it 5743. That would have been a nominal. So, you can see that the rate structure there appears it's a little bit different. You can see on that bolded area of the $9.08 for 35,000 and greater. And you can see that irrigation goes down to the $5.29 for the proposed on option 2 cost of service. Now, when we look at option 1 status quo, that rate structure there applies to irrigation as well. So should the council decide on option 1, we can't really decide on option 1 and then say we'll take the flat rate irrigation down to there. What are the in a sense? We could calculate a uniform rate for you on the irrigation status quo.
So I think our first question for council tonight is, do you wish to go with option 2 shown here that focuses the increases within the tiered usage versus increasing 8.5% across the board, which creates that increase in the base service charge?
so for, just to clarify, for one EQR, if you're using, say, over 8,000 gallons, then you're getting charged more as opposed to the people using less water. Right,
We have some bill examples to show you.
yeah. And that doesn't make sense to me as far as if you're using more, you should essentially be charging or being charged more than spread across the board, right?
One thing I want to point out here with that the cost service provisions, we talked about conservation. Because we're leaving the 5743 where it is, not increasing by 5%, you get a significant amount of revenue from your fixed charge. So by increasing 8.5%, you're missing out on increasing the service charge by that, so you've got to recover from the volume charge. So that's why that tier 1 is $1.73, that it jumps up from the $1.50, 56, to $1.58, it's there on status quo, so that's one part there. But, even at 743, you're not really sacrificing sort of revenue stability, you get 7% of your revenue from the fixed charge. That's an ample amount. Typically, we see for western slope communities 50%-ish, maybe 60 and things like that, just depending on circumstance. So you're definitely getting getting some great revenue stability there, but I keep just saying, one thing it did is that it bumped up the volumetric rates to kind of promote that conservation message, and then by changing, dialing back that tier 3 thresholds of 35,000 gallons, is that actually pushed those for those larger usage customers as well. So that's why it looks a little key office there with $1.73, jumped to $1.73 from the status quo option.
So tier 1 residential. What is the average use of a family, do you know anything on that, what they're, how much water they're using a month or a quarter?
12,000 gallons.
12,000.
We've got typical bills for that.
That's gonna come up?
Yeah.
Okay.
We actually have some commercial bills as well.
And that one graph that showed all of the surrounding communities, but Breckenridge, Dillon, Silverthorne was at the bottom. That was that example of 12,000 for each of the communities.
Okay.
And then where the color on the bars indicated what quantity was the service versus what quantity was that pricing, 12,000 gallons.
So who's in tier 1?
Most residential customers, well, a lot of residential customers, a lot of 1 EQR customers in tier 1, but if you go back to that graph, you see there is volume building at tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. The majority of the water usage is in tier 1. But there's always outliers. There's always people that are above the average or below the average. It just depends on the time of the year. Obviously, in second quarter and third quarter of the year, you can have more people going into that. Higher tier, there's 12,000 gallons a quarter is 4,000 gallons a month. On the front range, that's basically just average winter consumption. So it's going to be a little bit higher in the summertime here, and that would probably kick you over to that the second tier box.
I would imagine we have many homes sitting empty
Yes.
that they
So
would
they
end up be using water.
Yeah, and that's, so you average out, you look at the average of homes with zero consumption with everything else, it's gonna bring that down. We did do an analysis of this is average usage for customers without zero usage being at least full time. And I
Right.
don't have to, but yeah, we did look at that as well. So I think this,
Sorry, to go back though, I do just want to highlight here the second question that was in your staff memo, which is related to changing this tier 3, tier 4 to make tier 3 basically top out at 35,000 gallons versus 50,000 gallons. And making tier 4 start at 35,000 gallons. So that is a second question for you, which is just, again, encouraging conservation, but also allowing for the cost recovery in those higher tiers.
Would this look the same with residential use versus commercial use?
maybe,
Like this proposed house of service? Would the rates be the same for commercial?
oh, thank you for bringing that up. Yes, this is both residential and commercial. I get to the rate or the cost service discussion, I'll say that's good why. We can say, so I think we can do that.
You just multiply it by the number of EQRs, which was his chart earlier. So commercial, residential all have 1 EQR, but commercial would have plenty more.
That they would all share the same rates between them based on whatever the forest usage.
Per EQR, like, so say Whole Foods, or somebody has. How many EQRs, I have no idea, but
Just a quick recap for you guys to understand, retail EQRs are calculated by square footage. Bathrooms also tie into it, so small retail storefronts, typically a lot of them have 1 EQR. The larger facilities, they start getting a little bit more complex with the services that restaurants, it's per 25 seats on their official seating chart. And that starts at 1 QR and that drops down to 28 per additional set of 25 seats. County, government buildings is also calculated by square footage, so a larger building scales that way.
And our HOAs,
They are not considered commercial, they fall under the residential. They are also, if they have pools and spa offerings, they start to climb a little bit more on some of the EQRs if they've got some of those offerings. You can see mountainside people. How much they're losing.
So keep this rate structure in mind here, we're gonna look at a couple of examples here to use some context on residential and commercial. So here's some quarterly bill impacts for residential, 1 EQR. At the bottom of that chart, you can see the amount of gallons per quarter. that is. And so the dark bar there is existing rates, under the bill under existing rates. The light blue bar is the bill under increasing across the board 8.5%, and then the last bar there is under the new rate structure. And remember, that's, you can see it's gone down a little bit because we are charging kind of less on the dollars per EQR on that customer, despite the fact that the volume rate's going up. The dollar per EQR is a much bigger portion of it for that low usage. So that's that's why they're impacted. Go to the next ones there, we have 12,000 gallons, which is the average. And you can see it's that the second bar and the third bar, same position as that 8,000 gallons usage, but when you get to 18,000 gallons, which is a fewer percentage of your customers or EQRs, that the bar on the right starts creeping up and keeping pace with the 8.5%. You go to a higher level of usage, that it's going to continue to increase more than that middle blue bar. So when we talked about conservation, that's kind of one of the impacts we're going to have, is that, in a sense, for lower water usage folks, they're paying for that essential water. You need to have that for cooking, cleaning, and that sort of thing. So it was one of the fallouts of conservation is you lower that tier 1 rate structure, it's kind of that balance. But as we get to higher tiers, the 18,000 gallons and above, you see that increase. Now, of course, as you increase the EQRs, you go to a 2 EQR. Low water use for a 2 EQR is not going to be 8,000 gallons, it might be 10,000 or 14,000, and not 16. They don't dump the water use. So just get
splitting that per EQR and then they would fall within.
Exactly. So it can, looking at, and we'll see this in commercial, that we have similar types of businesses with different EQRs, and their bills are very different. And a couple of these we looked at, that we didn't get to include all of them, that it seems that the one customer has a lot of EQRs. They have come into that facility and kept EQRs, but never needed them. They're using a lot of water, so they're going to be in the lower tiers, even though they have a lot of EQRs. Whereas might be another customer who has certain EQRs, but has expanded, is much busier business now, and so they're really tapping out on that second and third and fourth tier. And just again, that's just a unique circumstance of the EQR based rate structure. So when we look at our typical bill, this is the same chart I showed you earlier, but now we've added in that cost of service, rate structure alternative cost service. You can see now that, so it's actually a little bit lower for 12,000 gallons. And that's just interesting because usually the alternatives we come up with are to be higher than across the board, and we change other things, but EQR type methodology and things. So, but at the end of the day, they're all within, spitting distance of one another, not a huge change between them. I think it really starts when you look at the extremes, the really high usage, lower usage, you can see the biggest, bigger differentiation between those.
But just a reminder that we know that Silverthorne is going to leapfrog over all of the Frisco years, making Frisco the least expensive on the chart.
Just to go along with that, like what does like some of the longer nets use? I assume that's probably like the highest
Yeah.
per EQR usage.
Yes, the one on Main Street does hold that 9 EQRs and Aquamarine on 10 Mile Drive. That holds 14 EQRs. It's per machine. It's how they are assessed. And they do use 300,000 gallons, 200 to 300,000 pretty consistent. Aquamarine, has larger, washing facilities, so they can, it seems like they handle a little bit more of the rental turnover, laundry, bedding, that sort of stuff. A little bit less, I think, on the clothing element.
Right.
For whatever.
And that's typical of, laundromats with other communities that are large with your size of. Quite a bit of water resource requirements.
So would their bill end up at the 8.5% going up, you know, at the top of the chart from, I think it was the previous one, yeah. Would they end up like in the
height, they'd be in the highest tier.
right?
Yeah. If, unless their EQRs were undersized for some reason, if they got, back in the day, got 2 EQRs, but then they shoved 80 more machines in there. They'd be in the top tier, but at
Right.
that point, if I were the owner, I'd come say, hey, I wanna buy some more EQRs so I can. You know, get expanded tier thresholds, and the whole idea that really helps. With this rate structure, helps balance that equity between customers within a class, and making sure that. With the proper EQR count, nobody should be getting, really on one extreme or the other. That's kind of those, that graph I showed the percentage of volume bill, that's kind of the ultimate goal of EQR structure, but you know, that's what, you know, exactly, that way all the time.
The next chart you had up, and Leslie's point about Silverthorne leapfrogging over us. Even at the option to increase. What's the value of being the least?
So I'll tell you.
I mean, there's a residential value, right?
Yeah.
But
So we often say that being the lowest is not necessarily, because that might mean you're not investing in infrastructure and you are starving the system of needed level of service improvements. But here it's a little different, that you have ample reserves, you have a robust capital program, and you're doing all the right things. So you're in a good spot. And so that comment, I don't think really applies. I mean, you do see that, and some communities are proud of being lowest, but when you go in and look at, well, we need, for the lowest now, we get 50% increase. Well, you know, that's not a good thing. So here it's different. When we looked at all of the capital projects, and things that we've done, it definitely sends a different message for sure.
I agree, yeah, I don't think that we left anything out of
No.
our financial plan just to make it more affordable.
And there's no reason to jack it up more just to be comparable.
Yeah, right, yeah.
now
You know,
unless we felt like we had to go out and buy more water rates or something.
there is that,
But that
Which at
rate,
some
right?
point we might need to, right?
there is that balance, that's where the tax. There is that balance of building reserves. You do have reserves, but it's great to have that, but the utilities want to be a bank for the customers. So there's also that balance. That's a community thing, an price objective is, you know, what amount of reserves is adequate for us to maintain operations, handle, weather the storm of something coming up without holding reserves that will be used way in the future that could be best served elsewhere in the customer's pocket. So by drawing down these reserves, it just shows this prudent use of, okay, we have these, let's take advantage of them without having to raise rates. 15% maintain those reserves. Some utilities think differently, and some utilities like, you know, to have high reserves, some like to maintain reserves well above the rates. It just depends on what's right for their utility community, what's going on in terms of. Okay, let's look at a couple of commercial and restaurants here. We just got 3 here, and they have similar EQRs, 4.25, 4.25, 4.45, but the last one's 2.45. And under the cost of service structure, that last one, that one's going to increase. So that suggests to me that, the amount of volume, amount of water usage is a little bit higher per EQR for whatever reason. They installed more bar stools or they have water features inside the restaurant. Than in relation to these other restaurants that have about 4 EQRs. But you can see the two ones on the left, they're a little more balanced. You can see the increase in both of them. But we include this 2.45 just as, it's not an anomaly, but it's just difference. Maybe business in this particular year, based on the data we pulled, was really hot. Maybe there was a lot of business that year or something. That could be it. But based on the business, they, were using those EQRs more than the other restaurants, meaning they're getting those higher tips. We don't know the reason why, just.
And one possible reason is that they have a lot of outdoor seating in the summer that they haven't paid for in their EQRs.
Yeah, and so they can come in and ask for EQRs that are this, and so, yes, this is just really show the dynamic of one category restaurants, but then how it can impact the customer within that restaurant category. Let's, so we have, this is probably the best example. We can provide some others as well, but you see that, I think we had looked at a convenience store and things, and those were pretty much balanced. A lot of them were fairly balanced, but this was the one that looked a little bit different. So this is indicative of what you would see, I think, across the spectrum of customers with a certain EQR range. So let's jump to the cost service. Usually the cost service feeds the rate design. We want to really focus in on the rate design first. That's really what you're interested in. This is just kind of some backup information. And with your question about what is supply to residential and commercial, great lead in. First of all, want to review again, we talked about this back in August. What is cost service analysis? Well, it's a way to take your budget, then find a way to assign it to the various customer classes. And how do we do that? We know that the primary difference between the customer classes is based on how much water they use, but then how they use it, their peak demand. You think about an irrigation customer, they're using a lot of water in the summer and nothing in the winter time. So their demands on the system place more stress on the system in the summertime in comparison to everybody else. So that additional demand incurs more cost than say maybe commercial, who's more of a steady flow throughout the year. There might be peaks because of the simple nature of the resort community in a sense. But irrigation is probably the biggest impactor in the summertime. And residential has kind of a similar bell curve as well. So we can look at those demand patterns, and then we can associate those demand patterns with costs. And we know that residential, commercial, and irrigation all have average day demands, average use per day. We also know they have some peak demands, peak month or peak day demands. We also know that your system is sized to meet average day and peak day demands. And by looking at some of your infrastructure data and how it's designed and all that, we can assign costs to related to how much is the cost to provide average day, how much is the cost to provide peak day. And then we can take those costs and portion them out based on percentage of demands for the various classes, and we have cost of service. Those who cause the cost pay the cost, recognizes the different demand customer characteristics of each class, and the cost to provide service will vary by class. So it's possible, and not this study, that residential might go up 30%, commercial goes up 2%, but the overall increase is only 8.5%. If that were the financial planning increase, just shifting of the dollars. So we went through that analysis because we had intended coming up with specific residential commercial classes. We were able to carve out irrigation because there was some difference there. But what we found, here's your revenue existing rates. This is how much revenue you're getting from your rates under the classes, under the groups of customers you have now. And I was expecting there to be a big change when we got to our cost. So I was going through all the tables and calculations that, residential would show a huge change, and commercial would show a huge change. And that's what we came up with, much to my chagrin. It wasn't as fantastic wow changes as we had thought. You can see that the differences and the changes in residential commercial is 9.2 versus 8%. So not a lot of difference between the customer classes. Does that mean that the existing rate structure is capturing those costs between the classes exactly correctly? Perhaps, but it also has to do with the fact you have quarterly billing data. Usually we work with monthly billing data. It's a little bit able to drill down a little bit more. If we had monthly billing data, we probably would see a bigger difference between those two percentages. So based on that, we did look at a residential customer class and a commercial customer class rate structure. And we looked at a couple alternatives. At the end of the day, the rate structures came very close to one another to where it was almost a distinction without a difference. And to me, that sounded confusing. Well, tier 1 for residential would be 0 to 8, but commercial would be 0 to 7.5. The difference was somewhat immaterial and would have maybe caused an administrative hassle. And there was really no benefit. We didn't see a huge benefit to creating two separate customer class rate structures that were just so similar. And we looked at it in a lot of different ways. So that's why we retained the one rate structure for both classes. Irrigation has its own uniformity. So that was the justification that we looked at, was you want to keep this easy to administer for your billing system purposes. That's really key. And make sure that that would reduce any potential errors in billing and just accidentally charging the wrong rate, because they're just going to be very similar. So that's why we kept residential and commercial at the same infrastructure. And that's really the keynote to take away from this table here, is the fact that commercial and residential are very similar in terms of usage patterns and the cost to provide service. So.
And so this was the third question that was in your packet about, do you agree with staff's recommendation to go with the 8.5% average, which is what we showed you on the previous chart? The alternative would be to potentially increase residential at a higher amount related to the 92.2% you're seeing here, and provide a lower increase for commercial and have different billing structures.
Do you want us to answer that now?
Well, we can go back to the first two questions. So maybe if we go back to the chart where we showed the options, we could reach.
Yeah, it's the late presentation and we're ready to answer the question.
Yeah, I don't really see the slides. Again, so this is the rate structure for existing rates. Option 1 is the 8.5% increase across the board. Option 2 is proposed cost of service. Now, when I showed you that cost of service with the residential and commercial, the 8.9 and 9.2 or whatever the numbers were, because we're combining this all in one rate structure for both commercial and residential, those kind of blend together. So the real difference in people's bills is just going to be because how we change that third tier or fourth tier and whatnot. So everybody's bill might change differently in regards to whether you're residential or commercial, depending on how much you use and whether you fall into tiers with the new rates, the new thresholds.
So the first question was, do you as council want to go with what you're seeing here for option 2, or we keep the base service charge the same and that the increases are seen within the usage tiers?
To me, it seems that we might as well keep it the same. It makes it easier for everyone on the back end.
I mean, that's not a huge difference to us, but
Okay,
this really supports more of conservation.
I agree with option 2.
I do too.
Same, I think it's great to have some sort of conservation incentive.
Higher users, pay more.
Side question, I'm sorry.
Good.
How would it for example, if a business needed to increase their EQRs, like what process or how would they know, or how?
So the EQR would be the tap, the tap fee assessment. So if it goes from a retail business, it wants to change out and become a restaurant, then they would, submit their plans, and then we create the assessment based on the calculations that we have for them. And then if they need to purchase more to support their new business, then they would have to pay that, but I don't think necessarily people would kind of approach us to buy more, electively.
I was just thinking of that one restaurant that was using more than their 2 point.
We could do a calculation for sure and see if, you know, maybe as a restaurant, they added more tables that they didn't pay for their tap fee. Do a calculation, say like, if you pay the more money for the tap fee, would you potentially recover that in the future by paying into lower tiers with your volume?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your
Yeah, no,
pursuit of answers.
You would think, with restaurants or with a laundry, you're increasing your seating consumption factor is climbing. Same with the laundromats, you're increasing your washing facilities, meaning there's a demand, so you're going to be providing more of that service, which is all water intensive. So you just have the kind of assumption that you're gonna be using more water. It doesn't necessarily increase proportionally, but there is that.
Yeah, I was just looking at the little calculation. Whatever. Just the extra usage, it's like, how would anybody know that they could do it more efficiently?
I don't know that they could change anything about their operations to kind of efficiently target, so their bill is less, because it would just require less usage. Or a smaller business that doesn't have to hold quite as many EQR to support that business.
so without going to like, say, your business, right, but like, so say, let's just call it Butterhole, right, so that now they have all the seating in the street, and now their bill is more per month. And then they would have to determine that, well, now I'm paying more for this if I were to buy a couple of EQRs.
Okay,
They would buy them an additional tier 1, 0 to 8,000 gallons at a cheaper price.
Right.
but my question is, how does somebody know to do that?
Right now, they don't, and maybe this is a communication thing on the town, especially for restaurants, for folks that are taking over more seats. We need to communicate this. If you buy an additional EQR, you're ready to go down.
But it would be offsetting the cost, so currently a tap fee, a purchase one EQR is $7,320.
Got it.
So does that $7,320 justify $1.73 per 1,000 gallon? You need, when do you get that return on investment?
That's what I need to
Yes.
hear. Thanks. Wasn't going to.
You need to figure it,
Yeah.
at what point would you get to pay that?
Yeah, no, thank you.
It sounds like we have agreement on going with option 2 based on keeping the service charge the same. The second component of option 2 is based upon adjusting this tier 3 and tier 4. And so making tier 3 end at 35,000 gallons and tier 4 starts at 35,000 gallons. You all agree with that and support conservation.
I support it.
Sure.
That's a great.
So then I think the final question, if we go to the slide, towards the end where we talk about cost of service. Everything we've been talking about is keeping the 8.5% the same between residential and commercial. But the alternative would be to increase residential at a greater percentage based upon the findings of the study.
This is just showing cost. This.
Right.
So since
what
we
we're showing-
chose the other, is that what you're saying, since we're going with the options 2, this wouldn't.
Going with option 2, in developing option 2, instead of looking at, we want to recover the $996,000 residential and design a rate structure for that. And then design a separate rate structure for $729,000. Well, really close. What we basically did is we added those two together and came up with the rate structure that I was ready to. So this. Not misleading, it's a little confusing here. If we were to create a rate structure for residential, rate structure for commercial, they would recover 8% more for commercial and 9.2% more for residential. So,
Yeah,
oh,
that's okay. I would just say what we've shown you though is that they're the same. The alternative is they could be different. Our recommendation is that we keep them the same, which is consistent with the numbers we showed you.
Okay,
No.
makes sense.
So if you're keeping them the same, I was just doing a little bit of math. And at the 57, to keep it the same. You're looking at 1150 over, but I added on to the bill, you're looking at 8,000 gallons. That person, if they have $57, they use 8,000 gallons, they're gonna pay 11.50. If they do your option, we're just paying 13.85. What's that? Oh, because you have a,
so that's quarterly bill there, yeah.
let's do some more math. And that's at 57, huh?
The green bar is the
Mhm.
alternative, is the cost of service option, 57.43 discharge. Rate tomorrow. And those new tiered rates.
Green is the recommended.
The green is the recommended, yes.
Yep.
Does that make sense, Tim?
Yeah, I just wanted to see about what the difference. I'm looking at $2. But I don't have to make a decision, because maybe I'll just do it. I want to look. No.
So those were all of our decisions for today. Tim's come back to you on June 7th and have one more study session and talk about tap fees. We can remind you about what we've decided so far, and then we should have a discussion and direction for our rate ordinances, which would happen in February with first and second reading. We also will present to you, we do have a plan for public outreach to communicate to people about the changes in rates, which we do every year when our rates change, but a little bit more robust here. And hopefully that will answer some of your questions, but if there's anything we've missed, we are here. Oh, that was. Sure.
Now we have 50 minutes to talk about the election.
You know, was there anything that, I know the rate schedule and stuff, since we have time. That, a new rate structure and keeping an old one for, because we're using more water, we're building, more wells and stuff to handle. More, was it something that we just didn't want to get into having two different rates, Like in 2025, anybody that gets into the system is at this rate now. And the people who are in the rate before stay at that rate. I know, I
think what it boils down to is the rates fund the investment and the expenses to keep the water utility producing the water. So to have people, I guess, paying a lower rate because they were sort of longer time customers. The cost of producing the water, kind of, and the investments needed to produce the water keep increasing. So I felt that will be the.
well, what I'm thinking too is the tiers are all the same, the 0 to 8,000, all that's still the same. But now the person coming in now is paying 65 or 70 a quarter. The people who were, were in there before are paying the 57, we're still paying the same for usage. You know,
The cost of service.
but you know, and how that, you know, I know we didn't look at it as just too much, you know.
The likely place for them to pay different amounts is when they connect to the service. Maybe they do
With the
the
tap, but the tap doesn't bring in, like you say, it doesn't bring in much, you know.
It represents them buying the facilities.
Yeah.
Paying the initiation grants and that stuff. And then when you come existing users, they pay the same use rates as everybody else.
Mhm.
And they get a proportionate share of their use of the system, the depreciation of assets, their proportionate share of keeping the lights on, things like that, as every other customer. So that's why we bring them in, they pay the same rates as everybody else. Yeah, that's the theory, that's.
Yeah.
I don't know about the legality. of
You know, I just-
for customer classes that pay different.
Well, I look at the sewer too, you know, when you have a sewer plant and you have to add on a whole new. Like we did before, you have to add that on because of all the development, now you have to add on another treatment plant, okay?
That would
Well,
be-
I didn't cause that,
That would be tap fees.
yeah, I understand that, I understand that.
But the challenge is that you may have accumulated enough tap fee revenue to pay for that full plan, so you have to bond it, which means that you have to wait for them, you have to build it and they will come.
Yeah.
So in the end, again, if you don't have enough tap fee revenue, it's gonna have to use it, but over time. That tap fee revenue as it comes in, it kind of replenishes the bank account for the existing users, so we don't keep their rates down, so it's that. It's a equity and proportionate issue, but it's also an economic cash flow issues too. It's really difficult to balance all of that
Mhm.
and have it come out exactly clean.
Yeah.
Is that where you wanna charge a little more and bank a little extra in order to stay ahead of the curve? Is that kind of what you're?
No, you know, I just, you know, that, you know, why we're building new wells and why we're adding new waters, because develop.
Maybe our tap fees are too low.
And, well, the tap fees we're looking at,
That's coming soon.
not bringing the, you know, it's.
And you know, to your point, if you were here and we now because of growth, we need a new sewage plant.
Yeah.
Right.
Or we need 2 new wells.
You
We
made
need
your
2 more-
new wells. You
Yeah.
didn't cause that. However, you did cause all the wear and tear on the piping. That needs to be replaced, all the infrastructure needs replaced with a new resident or customer has paid, has had no effect on that. I'm agreeing with you, but I see the conundrum
Yeah,
of the
you know,
choice there, you
yeah.
know.
We just wanted to throw it out.
Is it something that could be discussed or is
Yeah,
that really
definitely.
something
I'm
that
listening.
probably?
What?
Throwing that out there.
Right?
But I assume it wouldn't be really.
Like having one rate structure for legacy. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean. Thought it all the way through, but what you're essentially asking is, can new customers under
They pay the.
the operations and maintenance subsidize longer term customers?
Effectively, that's.
Because if you don't increase the operations rate for all customers, the longer term customer has had won't be paying what it costs to maintain the system.
Mhm.
And I'm not saying that's
Yeah,
wrong,
yeah.
I'm trying to phrase it in a different way.
Yeah.
They're in theory paying the cost to maintain a smaller size.
Yes.
Theoretically, is what they're using.
And I feel like if we were gonna do that, it's kind of too late.
Yeah.
And
Well, and the other part of that is that your well example. New wells aren't just because of new customers. Wells go defunct. I mean, wells stop producing. And it's not because of the customers. It's because of the aquifer where it's drawing from. Or that example, that's not the fault of the new customer. That the well stopped producing, it's,
Right.
but it's the burden of all the customers.
You know, and I think the well thing. Too, is on the well thing is. A lot of the county around us has wells. And the people who bought those rights. Really upped some of the juices, so that's why they're hooking up to us for irrigation. Because Valdir or whatever the water company is, Valdir, who bought all those water rights. You know, we're getting people hooking up to the water, to town water for irrigation.
And they can't hook up for irrigation, we don't allow that.
Oh, no, okay.
We haven't allowed that for quite a long time, correct?
Or they're going to our well, they're going to our water to get away from the well.
That could be.
You know,
Extraterritorial
Yes.
customers can't hook
Correct.
up for irrigation.
They cannot have outdoor irrigation. And in fact, their well permits, if they were drilled. and
Yeah, I know, they
permitted
can't,
after
yeah.
1965, I believe, if you had a well established pre-1965, you could do domestic interior as well as external water irrigation. But if you have a permit after 1965, but in the county, you still don't have access to outdoor irrigation. You have to haul in water if you have a hot tub to fill it and drain it.
Yeah, but that, you know, so that's what happened. Was all these people who were on wells back there, all had green lawns. And that's when the water companies came in and said, hey, you can't be using that water outside.
Yeah.
So that just happened, you know, well, didn't happen in the seventies, it happened in like the nineties, you know?
And there was a fair bit of, neighborly, like, if I can't do it, you should,
Yeah.
there was, it sort of kind of cracked down on itself a little bit about that.
So where is that gone for these county houses back here to still have green lawns? They're paying more to the water company, to the
Yeah,
get water, I don't know,
I know a
you
few,
know?
property owners, they, cop us water. They'll have to haul in a water truck to, again, fill their, hot tub, because that's considered, outdoor
Yeah, to
water.
wash your car, anything.
Yep.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
irrigate their-
Yeah, that's
So-
what I'm saying, do they? You know,
Right,
do
'cause
the
there's
lawns
kind
are
of-
still
kind of
green
enforcement.
over there, they're still using.
Yeah.
Lawn, because I thought they were buying water rights off us to water lawn because they couldn't get it from. The layer or whatever the water, so. Yeah.
Where are these lawns?
Well, Wydworth Park.
Yeah,
Yeah,
You know, yeah.
oh. Well, anyway, like I said, you can't even wash your car, now you're supposed to wash your car outside. You
Is
know?
this like enforced via like, if you have a tap outside and it's allowed? How does that work?
Just as far as irrigation.
How do you separate it?
You know,
Yeah.
Like, so we would do, when we do extraterritorial water, agreements with customers, through the metering inspection. We just have to inspect their plumbing system, that there's not an actual irrigation system. They can have an outdoor spigot and you're allowed to hand water with either a can or a hose.
So if a house had an irrigation system, we would not even hook them up.
Correct, or we would make them terminate that connection before we allow them. And that would be through the meter inspection process.
You know, the one thing is, this happened all over Colorado. You know, Buena Vista, Leadville and everything, they all have wells and water and everything. In those areas, you have to have over 35 acres to have water rights to water and have horses and to yard, you know. Under 35 acres, you could not use any of that water outside.
Yeah.
You know,
And then the more wells does that use up?
It doesn't affect groundwater.
Yeah, the wells that, the municipality has, if you're putting more wells in all around it.
Yeah. For the well, citing hydrology study, looking back at town property where it's available, also combined with, the geology of the area. Peak One neighborhood was sort of this kind of area, like, oh, is there water, under there, all sorts of people back in the Bill's Ranch neighborhood, they all have private wells, pretty shallow. But it didn't seem like, it was going to be a viable location. And even if we were to develop the wells, they were calling for 4 to 5 different wells, only for it to produce quantity that we were looking for. But you run the risk of drowning up everybody's wells around by overpowering pumps, so.
And how is our aquifer looking underneath this?
I mean,
Do we know anything?
it's great, we measure it weekly,
Yeah.
and kind of where water level starts from, the surface of the ground and, we don't see a whole lot of fluctuation.
This way, yeah.
So there's water up there down there.
Mhm.
The water characteristic is follows the path of least resistance, so over time, its pathway can become adjusted a little bit, but that is a very long process, it doesn't change. And as far as like an aquifer, hearing about farmers in California, that's closed aquifer where it's surrounded by rock, so we're basically like a lake, whereas for what we're dealing with is an underground stream. So the
Yeah.
water's passing by us, it's
Yeah.
just, heading towards the reservoir. So we don't run the risk of sort of draining.
Yeah.
But it can kind of have its own characteristics over time.
Yeah, I just kind of wonder drought years and stuff every.
Yeah,
The aquifer, how far is it getting down? Is it not changing much at all, whether it's drought or anything? 'Cause you got
I
the
remember.
water coming off the mountains,
I remember talking to Dave Coop, I think it was it was either 2012 or 2002 when the reservoir was it was receded very far. Because of the drought here. He said when he was monitoring the water levels of the water table. He did not see, the water plant had to be turned off because there was not enough water.
That's surface.
Surface.
That's the
Right.
surface water.
Yeah.
And so he, was telling me, he was checking the water every day, measuring the depth of the levels, but he didn't see a huge impact. So,
Yeah.
That's a promising
Yeah.
sign. I think the biggest risk we face with the well water or with the wells themselves is, well 5 was established in the late 70s, so. Water with the steel casing, screens down below ground, just kind of making sure that stays. Long enough, and wells can collapse in. There's there's only a few different options you can do aside from drilling a new well. You can, kind of go in with a smaller circumference steel pipe. And go down in, but you're kind of squeezing your supply line, so you're lowering your capacity to pump. If that's a viable option. So.
Do we have the answers you need?
Yes, we appreciate your engagement on the subject,
We
so thank you.
actually used an hour and a half with this time.
All right, so we'll be back on this on January 27th.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tom. So we have probably 5 minutes before we talk about our election cycle.
Search that to see. If they're looking for pieces. See. It's fine.
Give me a break, I'm trying.
Too much.
Trying to be a good member of the community.
$8 a year. It's still an increase. I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to research. Not sure. Whether there are water systems that have,
2 tiers for based on when you.
yeah, based on.
It's an interesting idea.
You know, it's just,
It's kind of it's not the same thing, but
Yeah.
how California froze the property tax.
Exactly what I was thinking.
yeah,
Well, yeah, and it caught, like everything, there's gonna be some downstream effect. Where someone's gonna come out ahead,
Yes.
and then, but how does that then affect the long term view of how the service is provided? I don't know, I don't really wanna know what what are our tap fees?
what,
What are our tap fees?
how much? I think they're under 10, water's under 10, huh?
I think they're,
52?
I wanna say,
I thought they were always 10, but I think it's combined 10. Water and sewer, I think, I don't know.
no, we did.
No, but I'm saying $10,000 if you build a
That
house.
could
You're
be,
getting a sewer, you're getting water taps, it's gonna cost 10,000.
that could be.
I think water's like 52.
I think we're in the 7 now.
I think he just said 7 per EQR. You-
I go for one, is that what it's
I
for?
think he was just saying.
Okay, 7 now, for walk, just walk it.
Oh, probably.
You know, and I just.
And I think it's higher for extraterritorial. Not the rate. The tap fee is different.
It's same.
But I just.
Yeah. You know, what kind of gets me is it's a sewer plant. Happens, we went from 35 to 75 and. Kind of, what they say, we're not, when it's all these people come on, wow. Nothing's gonna pay for itself in local water, I thought they said it would go down. Like, nothing's down. But that was how they sold it to us, we have to build a new treatment tank. But he's gonna be able to handle everybody in town, all this new growth, and then maybe it will never go up.
I wonder if there's a portion of that cost that was.
Fine, bigger.
But it's also costing like the sewer treatment plants. And we add that because of the regulation. And the type of treatment.
Yeah.
Which means everybody's gonna pay for that, right?
Yeah,
Um,
I think it was this development.
Yeah.
Coming in and they had a building.
Sure.
Stuff.
So it's.
I wanted
to pass.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question for you. Sort of unrelated. That's from your time. Serving. That's unrelated. That's squeak. Yeah.
Do you think the squeak is in the soul or in the upper?
No, it's
Oh,
not the insole. Well, because I said, I got a different insole. So.
There is got to be.
There is like this.
Your kids. Not that I know.
That's
Um,
the other thing, I was just ones like carbon. I think it has to do with.
Not the insole, it's the piece, the actual face of the below the insole. That you nail rubbing on something. I think that is rubbing against the rubbing. So then the actual sole, and then the insole, so that insole is there, and then below the insole. So let's just follow there. So I got a new insole, I got.
Let's see. Most of my career.
No, I didn't know they still have it.
Full conversation.
Yeah.
So I had to go here.
Well, that's why it's kind of great. Yeah.
I could, It's a lifetime warranty, but.
I would remember, but now you're wearing it.
I'm wearing a couple of the things here. Yeah, they will, so I'll have a service. Cause if I'm on tile and walking around anywhere else, I can film it, it's consistent, so I can say, guys.
Yeah.
You know, too much for what use.
I just saw.
Have you looked it up? Have you looked it up?
The internet says not powder, the install, or actually like spraying WD-40, like right here,
But.
and it could penetrate in the.
That's also not word. You're thinking new cars.
Yeah, that's
That's a lot. Well, that's fine.
This thread.
Any of the synthetic.
It's the being when
Where?
you're shopping.
Yeah. It wasn't at first. A couple days in, circuit breaker in the house. So again. Well, because I just got brand new, into the same insoles I put in my sneakers. I'm sure yesterday the insoles on these. I took the old ones out, the old ones were cold, and it was still squeezed.
Oh, yeah.
So I have two different insoles now, and they're still squeezed, so it's not. Insole.
That's the thing. It's always about that balance.
Sorry.
Okay.
Guys, friendly.
I'll move on to the.
In support of both Saks.
Yeah.
For family.
Okay, moving on to the regular municipal election update with Stacy.
So. First, we have an election, as you all know. You all sitting here, the first Tuesday of every even year is when, so we'll do this election, and that's, in accordance with our charter. And what's kind of great is all of our neighboring towns, also hold their elections on the same day. And so that offers us some advantages with, collaborating and coordinating and being able to leverage on, possible and things like that. It's an amazing partnership, with all of our towns. But we're just here to talk about Frisco tonight. So we're gonna go over a few things, pretty quick here. We don't need to necessarily go into a whole lot of detail unless you all want to, but the first thing is candidate qualifications, just as a reminder, again, you know, anyone tuning in from the general public that's into this. 18 years old by election day, United States citizen, registered elector in Frisco town limits, and then a resident of Frisco within town limits for at least 1 year, and that can be proved in a multitude of different ways. But
Can we increase that?
sorry.
Can we increase that 1 year?
First, it's water taps. Oh my God.
I'm tired of people moving in 1 year trying to change.
Is anybody?
5 years.
Yeah. I think it's 5 years, live here for at least 5 years before you start going.
I see an elementary school pickup and that's not enough. Oh, trust me.
So just a heads up that those are the only requirements. I think there might be like a lot of other requirements, but that's really it.
It's a chart.
Yeah, change charter.
Yeah.
Yeah, charter amendment, but
Cause that's what gets people to actually run, is you get these, person's been here a year running, and people are like, right, this is, that's kind of why I got this. I'm gonna make decisions, I have to touch on this.
Okay, moving forward. So key dates. We
Just
have-
throwing it out there, you know?
Throw it out. So this Thursday, I would encourage, as many of you as possible to come by, because this is a really great event that all, town clerks put on every winter, just before the turn of the year, so that we can inform the public about how to become a candidate and what that process looks like. It also talks a lot about what it's like to actually serve as a town council member.
And even if your seat is not up for election this next April, it's a really good idea, to come and meet, people that are really interested, and maybe they could bend your ear for a little bit and talk to you about what's going on, but, also see what the field looks like out there. So this Thursday, 5 p.m., it's at Keystone Town Hall. Our newest town has been kind enough to offer to host that, and they have the space abilities to do that.
Where is their town hall?
Yeah, good question.
28 St. John Hall, but yeah, or St. John Road, excuse me, but Martin can tell you
It's
probably
over
more
by St.
anecdotal.
John's condos up there across from the conference center.
Okay.
Yeah.
Up on the left, you can go in.
If you're going, if you turn left, take a left toward the second left towards the conference center. Yeah, you're right, it used to be the old Keystone Science.
Oh, okay.
So that's 5 p.m., but even if you can't make it right at 5, please still consider coming by. The next date that we have on here to remember is Tuesday, January 6th. At 8 a.m., candidate info packets will be available. Most notably with the nomination petitions starting at 8 o'clock when we open up at the front door. Generally, people like to come by within the first 48 hours, and that way they have more time to come get signatures. They can definitely chat with me, but they'll be available at the front desk to sign out. And I'll be available for any questions or concerns at that time as well. January 26th is when the nomination petitions are due. So if you remember, you do have to get 25 signatures. That is a charter requirement. And you all have done that unless we're appointed as a result of the vacancies. But 25 signatures.
There were still 25 signatures.
Should we up that?
Well, Zach makes.
500.
Zach makes a good point. Remember when the appointment process was going on, where Zach,
It's still required for 25.
the council chose to require signatures for those applications.
Yeah, they
In
could-
general, it would not.
Yeah, exactly, yep, so it's 25 signatures for the regular municipal elections nomination process. And that's standard with our neighboring towns as well, so it's not like we're outside of the lines there. And so, yes, they are due back to me. I go over and validate all of them, and then there is an opportunity. Just in case if a candidate doesn't get enough signatures, or that maybe their signatures that they got, those people have already signed. Too many other petitions for other candidates that came in first. They will have a last chance opportunity to do what's called a cure, and I help them with that process as well. March 16th, that's a Monday, ballots are mailed out. On February 20th, the military and overseas ballots actually go out. They go out and with a lot more advanced time, just because folks that are overseas need more time to vote it and get it back. So that the rest of the ballots go out on Monday, March 16th. March 18th, we're gonna have a candidate forum. I'm in talks right now with Chenmel Music Hall to see if they can host us again. They were kind enough to do that as 2024, but it's still TBD, so I will let everybody know. We'll probably put a media release out as well and invite the community of wherever we end up, but we definitely have the date and time set. And that will be a great opportunity for just good conversation and debate and Q&A, and it'll be professionally moderated as well. Tuesday, April 7th is election day. We'll be open 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Ballots will be due by 7 p.m. to Briscoe Town Hall. The sections, postmarks do not count. Has to be in the town clerk's possession. April 24th is when the newly elected candidates will be sworn in here at Town Hall at the regular council meeting. Any questions or?
Can someone vote live on these sites?
They can, so this is we conduct our elections as mail ballot elections. We don't do a polling place elections. So it's not like we have the voting booths with machines, like you may be accustomed to with a county election that's run under Title I. But absolutely, someone can come in, they can actually register to vote. They're gonna sign a self-affirmation that they lived in Colorado for at least 22 days. But they can absolutely cast a ballot here. It's just gonna be the same type of ballot in like a mail ballot packet. But I will have like little private stations set up for folks in case they don't wanna run back out to their car and do it, that's fine, they can do it here, we'll accommodate that.
And then they would become registered most of the time.
Yeah, they'll be registered, I'll actually make sure that the county clerk's office gets it, and so they'll actually be registered to vote in the state of Colorado in general.
Stacy, can you explain how many times people sign?
Oh, sure, so actually we'll go to this, so this will help explain that in the sense that, so we have 4 seats available. That will be on the ballot, and so what statute says is that a registered voter, so just let's say just a registered voter on the street, his name's Joe Smith, he lives in Briscoe, has the opportunity to sign a multitude of different packets for prospective candidates that are looking to get on the ballot. So the number of seats that are available are the number of petitions that Joe Smith can sign. He can support 1, 2, 3, 4 candidates. But as soon as he starts signing more and more and those get turned in, it'll actually be validated. And it won't count.
You track that, Stacy, right?
First come, first served, yeah. So he actually, if he theoretically signs like 5 or 6, only the first 4 will count. I just really ask that people don't do that just because I am manually verifying these petitions. I don't have software or anything like a larger city or county would. And so I just ask the Briscoe community and for you all, candidates to educate people, you know, for them to try to limit their support to the number of candidates that are on the ballot, number of seats on the ballot. But great question.
I don't know why. Are we allowed to sign each other's?
Yes, you are a registered elector in Briscoe. You're also allowed to sign your own and vote for yourself. So also, I'm glad you brought that up.
Signed or?
This one, so you need some campaign money? That's lovely.
Campaign money?
My super back set up.
So Diane was kind enough to point out, it said April 24th on that last slide, it's actually April 28th, it's your council meeting. Where you all will get recited, or excuse me, sworn in. There were many candidates will, so apologies for the typo on that. So yes, the seats currently held by Councilmember Health, Councilmember Skraptek Adrian, and Councilmember Goldstein, and Councilmember Diane. Those are the 4 seats that are up for election, so those members, Alan and Kitty.
Free ride, there's no free ride.
And this is actually what I think is the most interesting thing about this election, because it kind of just seems like a ho-hum, very straightforward election. And it is in the sense that we only have candidates, we don't have any questions or ballot issues for the community this go around, but the way, so when council members Goldstein and Ryan were appointed through the vacancy process earlier in 2025. The seats that you all were appointed to had different time left in those terms. And so the way that we count this and figure this out is the candidates who receive the top 3 number of votes, so first place, second place, third place, are elected to the 4-year terms, and then the 4th place candidate is elected to the seat with a 2-year term. So any questions about that, or does that make sense?
It makes sense.
It makes sense.
So what if it, like Andy gets the last one 2 years? Now he has a 4, and a 2, is he done?
It's a full term.
That's
a full term.
That's a-
My first term was 2 years.
Yeah,
Because I won Hunter's vacated seat, I was the last vote getter of 4,
Okay,
and so it was a 2-year term.
and that's.
And so now I did my second term, which is the 4-year, if I go again, if I run again, I'd be.
So he did a 2-year, you're,
Yeah, our charter deals with terms as opposed to years.
okay. His terms instead of years, I was wondering.
How does that affect Robin and his seat? Was this full term?
Yeah, you're 2 years, whoever has the 2 years.
Oh, as you're appointed,
Actually, no,
Yeah.
but
Know what?
So we would be eligible for 3 terms. At this point.
Yeah.
from the election.
and that's because
What, 3?
a term is defined as 2 years. That's the only place that it does deal with years.
The 4 years.
So because they've served less than a year before the election.
This does not count.
Oh, this is, okay, that's good, yeah. So you can, yeah, that's.
I know, it's a little.
Good
like,
little trial.
You should see
Yeah.
the conversations in the airplane that happen in that second level in that quarter, because we're all like, what about this? What about this?
Yeah.
So feel free to ask questions, because it's, yeah, hypotheticals are kind of wild.
Also, running for mayor counts as a term
Absolutely.
within the running for council. So if I run in April, I could not run for mayor in 2 years. Because
Or you would have to step down,
I will be
Or
in
you
my
would not be.
third term and I'll be done.
so even if you step down, you wouldn't.
No, if I don't run in April and hold off 2 years,
Then you
then
can
I
run
could
for
run
mayor.
for mayor and I could do 3 terms at that point.
That's
Because I'd be taking the break in between.
Oh,
the
yeah.
consecutive terms.
And
So I
Councilmember
would-
Kibbe's situation is interesting too, he had a gap between his different terms as well, and so like the consecutive, when that consecutive comes into play too. You know, as long as you have a gap of at least 2 years, it starts over.
You potentially have been for 12 more
It
years.
starts over.
Yeah.
Yes,
And more years.
yes, yours starts over, so you could be a 3-year term right now,
Because you had the gap.
right? So you're in your first term.
Okay, yeah.
You're not in, it doesn't count your original.
Oh, I thought those all still counts.
I mean, it
No,
goes
so
in parts.
I'm actually doing, we did that.
You were then eligible for another 3 terms?
I think they
What was
can.
that?
yes.
If you take 2 years off.
No way, I never, yeah.
I'm sorry, Councilman Ryan, did you have a question?
2 questions, yeah, so, Kibbe had a full term,
Mhm.
took 2 years off, that term is now erased, he has the opportunity to go for 3 terms. Is that always the standard? Like, could somebody serve 3 terms, take 2 years off, and then they're eligible for another 3 terms? Okay,
Really?
and then mayor is its own election?
It is its own elected seat,
But it counts
but
for.
your time as mayor, if it's consecutive with other terms, counts towards the 3-year term limit.
But the mayor's election is in sync with the council election, or?
Yeah, so it's a great question. So it is, it's just not up this go around
Yes.
because Rick was elected in 2024.
And so then in 2028, we will have a council election and a mayor's election.
That's correct.
Yeah, and
And Rick's
you also
time,
like,
that's
so
3,
you'll
but-
notice that things are staggered.
Yeah.
That's intentional. That was set forth when the charter was.
It never
drawn up.
refreshed the whole.
Exactly, always meant to keep things staggered. Sorry. did you-
No, sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine. I just didn't wanna miss any questions. So just a couple other things, but by all means, keep the questions coming. So, campaign finance, this is interesting. So campaign finance, the Fair Campaign Practices Act, it is a part of the Colorado Constitution, if you know me. But I actually am the administrator of all of your campaign finance filings as a municipal candidate, which is different than any other candidate in the state of Colorado. The Colorado Secretary of State handles it for the other like candidates, like if you were running for state office or even county office. But I actually handle it for the candidates, seed all of the packets with all of the appropriate forms and a calendar. What's kind of wild though is to make sure that, and we'll talk about this on Thursday at the candidate information session, and if anyone has questions since then. But it is a $50 per day late fee if you don't file your stuff on time. And so that is just something that you really wanna make sure that, that we're setting you up for success, but also ultimately it's the candidate's responsibility. We can only, get you the information.
If a packet is turned in late.
If, so it's a filing, it's a form. It's, so it has nothing to do with your signatures and your nomination packet. It's separate and it basically tracks your expenditures as a candidate and also your contributions. So if anyone actually donates to your campaign, and we will go into detail about this on Thursday. So I would definitely, I know Thursday.
And it's the same, it counts the same if you contribute to your own.
Yeah, you could, if you form a committee and contribute to your own campaign, or if you have personal expenditures, either way, you can use it.
Yeah.
The whole idea here is all about, you know, the public wants to know who is funding whose campaigns, right? It's all about keeping things transparent. Out the open.
Are these separate due dates to
Yeah.
disclose that?
Yep, and there's actually, if you haven't run in a while, there's actually an additional filing deadline on here, so you might think, whoa, 4, I don't know if I did 4 last time. Since the last time you ran, Elizabeth, I think there may be an additional one on here now. It's that 30 days after, I think. One, or no, it's the Friday prior to Wednesday, that's the one. The third one in there.
And essentially, as clerk, you'll be lined up to help people through all this.
100%.
You know,
Yep, and you're gonna have like all the blank forms in your packet ready to go, but also if you just show up on that day and you're like, what do I fill out? I will help you.
Well, the thing on Thursday,
So part of it will be and part of it won't be. The part that will be recorded is the comment portion at the beginning. All of us clerks are gonna present on everything that's common among all of our towns, and we'll be choosing so that. But at the end, we're gonna break out among each individual town. And that part will not be recorded in order to keep a safe space for, you know, just honest questions and answers. So that people feel like, you know, they can ask questions, things like that.
And so what's the best way to get all this info? I work on Thursday.
Yeah, so the front part will be recorded and I'll get that up at friscoelections.com as soon as I can get the recording from the Keystone Town Clerk. Otherwise, you can definitely set up an appointment with me, email me at townclerk@townoffrisco.com, give me a call here at Town Hall, but absolutely willing to meet with anyone, either one-on-one or whatever capacity, just use me as a resource for sure. Which actually ties into the last slide here. So for voter registration, I just had to encourage everyone to spread the word. Tell folks to go to govotecolorado.gov. It's through the Colorado Secretary of State. It's available 24/7. Have your Colorado driver's license or state ID out. It'll ask you to punch that little number in. That's kind of impossible to read on there. And you just look yourself up and just check on your record and make sure that, you know, your address is correct, you're active in the system. Party affiliations don't come into play for municipal elections, but if you want to update that, go ahead and take that opportunity. And then the Summit County Elections Division in Breckenridge will offer, if people really prefer a paper form, which some folks do, they just want to go in and talk to somebody, they can absolutely be a great resource at the Old County Courthouse there. FriscoElections.com, it's already updated with all this information, but it'll continue to be updated as we get closer to election day. Just anytime you guys get questions as well, just appreciate you all helping educate the community about accurate, you know, good information about where to go for help, and that's me for sure. I'm a great initial step for folks, especially in Frisco. And we also have voter registration forms available 24/7 at Town Hall in the foyer here on top of the drop box as well, if people want to just fill it out.
And if my address changed, right, and
Yeah,
I changed
all the
it through my driver's license,
So
does that,
in 2000, I think what was it, 2020? All my years are getting blended together, but they passed motor voter, which was a piece of legislation at the state level that basically anytime you visit the driver's license office, that information that you give them automatically gets sent to the county clerk in the county that you reside. But still, it's always just a really good idea, especially with our mail situation up here, PO boxes, cluster boxes, whatever the case may be. Maybe even like a PS store box. Just to go on there and just take a look and make sure, especially if folks didn't get a ballot for the November 4th election, something's wrong. I should definitely have gotten a ballot for that November 4th coordinated election, so definitely go to Colorado.gov.
Does that go both ways if I have not updated my driver's license with a new address? But my voter registration is updated? Is the voter registration,
One-way street,
okay,
yeah, it's a one-way street.
but would I be in any uncompliance? If my driver's license has is in
Actually,
Frisco, but
yes, but that's a state issue.
Okay.
And if an election was coming up, I'd want to make sure that my official ID matched with my voter registration.
And the way you can do that, so the Department of Revenue, you can go to mydmv.colorado.gov, and I'd be happy to repeat that information or email it to you. But mydmv.colorado.gov, you can update your address 24/7 online with the drive, even if you're not due for a renewal. Cause I know they do like appointments only at the Frisco driver's license office. So mydmv.colorado.gov, and then go to govotecolorado.gov and just make sure everything is how you want it. Cause that is a part of the candidate eligibility process as well, as I go on and make sure that, you know, actually register to vote within Frisco town limits, all that good stuff, when you turn in your petition.
And every once in a while, and this is for the council members and the public, if people are thinking about running and they want to talk about issues of town with the staff person, I'm happy to meet with them at any time and give them my information. If they want to meet with another director or other staff member, we'll line that up for them. But anything to do with the mechanics of the election, I'm gonna send them just to the clerk.
Happy to nerd out.
Consistent information about the election itself.
Well, and it's also good, just because you all truly have the temperature of our community and what their concerns are, what their questions are, so if I can then maybe add that to our website, or maybe, you know, encourage some social media posts through our existing channels, you know, of things that maybe there's rumors going around, I don't know, I haven't heard of anything, but you know, that would just be super appreciated. That information coming back to me is also really good, so.
I just wanna double check really quick about, mail-in ballots, like, just for this last election, I had a friend whose dog literally ate their ballot.
Yeah,
And
it happens.
anyways, he was able to go in person and, is that still available?
It's 100% available. The only difference between county run elections that are run under Title I versus the municipal elections that we run that are run under Title 31, as well as our charter and code. The only difference is you don't have the opportunity to go in and vote on a machine on election day. So, but you can come in and request a replacement ballot. It'll just look like little mail ballot. Again, I'll have little stations for people, or they really want privacy, they can run back out to their car and or take it home and bring it back. You know, we're a small town,
To
but
follow-
yes, that would be available.
To follow that question.
Yeah.
Anytime between the time ballots are mailed and election day, can someone come in and get a replacement ballot?
100%. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. They don't have to wait until election day to do that. And a lot of people are like, well, then what's preventing people from voting multiple ballots and just lying and saying my dog ate my ballot? You void that previous ballot in our system to make sure that you can't vote twice. It's not a slot machine. You have one try.
So after, I forgot what the date was, but when the signatures are due. Is that when it will be made public who's running? I guess it's kind of public already, so comers just ask.
It is, so that's actually a great question. It is public already because you'll be signing out your packet and that is a Cora-able document. And oftentimes media wanna know even who's a prospective candidate, even if they haven't turned in their nomination petition yet. So that document, that sign out sheet is a public document. And just, yes, the nature of you coming into a public building and saying, you know, I'm interested in becoming, or signing up candidate packet. So yes, absolutely. And then, sorry, the rest of your question was about when else does it become public?
Well, when does, I guess, as soon as somebody turns in their packet, then they're on.
That's what it was, okay.
Ballot.
So as soon as I certify the list of candidates, it's called, I will make sure that I email every single person that has tried to be a candidate, whether or not they made it. So that list will go out, usually also the Summit TV News and other media outlets are asking me for that information, and I also post it on our website. So yeah, it'll be as soon as possible. But we do need to wait for that cure period to be over with, so that anyone who needs to, try that second chance opportunity to cure has that opportunity. But yeah, and then I can keep you posted on like a specific, date time of like, okay, this is when it's gonna go out.
Are the packets the same? Or have they been changed?
So 2024 was my first time as town clerk thinking the packets, and so I think they were probably different than my predecessor in the sense of just the format, but and also since our town code has gone paperless to Unicode, I know like chapters of code were paper, hard copy printed and stapled and actually put in the packets. That's just not really a practice that we do anymore. I just, unless it's upon request, but I'd rather just direct you online to our code. Okay, got that. But I just include, I review everything with Tom and Diane just to make sure, they're thinking we're giving all the correct information, good information like from Northwest Cogs, CML. Trying to think, FCPA information about campaign finance and the forms. The nomination packet itself, my business card goes in there, trying to think like. Whatever, it's a really thick folder still, even without those chapters of code. Any other questions? About the upcoming election? Good, well, I'm always available to you all and to the public, so by all means. Let me know if I can help any further, but I'm excited.
Less than a month away before.
We will break
So-
for dinner, thanks to.
I only have my experience from.
Staying here,
Let's go off for you. Because they all get, all the records get destroyed after 2 years. And so I don't even get these because I'm like, stored on still watch this. And there is from this, like, that's the top of rock, I go, so I did, but it's edition. There's no way that it's different. But I have,
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, I just,
Yeah.
so.
So, you got time.
You know what, mine are actually, just happen to be all different.
Nobody else.
It's not, let them think that we'll go get on discussion. Or at the end of
December also.
Yes.
It's just, it's just when it happens.
It's just more like I have to do it, whereas normally I will do it a month or two late.
Yes.
I don't have.
Yes.
No matter what.
These are easy.
Hey, Lindsay.
Do you have a new member?
Awesome.
Been a good boy. The last 24 hours.
That is a error.
He hasn't been so much of a terror.
Okay.
Here it'll come.
Roll it just like I have it.
Right now, his name's Quan Joe. I'd say the ones that really take out of it's years, anytime Dave has come. Cause I had talked to him, I was like, I don't think. we should say the rolling numbers, because you know, if it's not his way. Here. He's, yeah, he's.
Thank you. I just discovered the software.
Um,
Yeah, very good.
Test,
Very good.
test, test.
Okay, yeah, it's on there. That's when you go.
It's very, yeah. Yep. 25 years of, employment. You got some pie, huh? Was it blueberry?
Said berry, so there were blueberry. You get cherry though.
Yeah.
Oh, it's all in there. Okay, all right, let's look at it together.
Yeah, it's literally like.
Okay.
So you'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, you should be. Now.
Anyway.
I know. I feel like the people are in practice, but I want to like.
Oh, well, and that was literally something Jeff said, if you work for 3 hours, for that.
That's actually pretty good.
So, somebody who wants to maintain their private practice, that's on their hours.
Whoa, that was same time.
I don't know, if it's a really good, I know like somebody who works on real healthcare, like doctors at the hospital. Or I have a friend who works for Howard County as a PT, like their medical package is still better than mine, but like high deductible plan.
Stacy, are we good?
Hey
Okay.
Thad, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, Stacy?
Thank you, appreciate that, Pat.
Thank you.
First time you are on mic and recording.
Thank you very much. All right, welcome to the regular town council meeting of the Frisco Town Council for December 9th, 2025. It's time we hereby call the regular meeting. Sorry, here we go. Tonight we have roll call, please.
Ethan is absent. Alan?
Here.
Held.
Here.
Script Adrian? Here. Phoebe?
Yep.
Ryan?
Here.
And Colton. Here.
Thanks. Tonight we have a very special moment to celebrate, one that speaks to the heart of what makes Frisco such a remarkable community. We're here to honor 2 employees that have reached significant milestones in their years of service for the town. First of the 2 presentations is Peggy Fasten, who's celebrating an incredible 25 years of service for the town of Frisco. Peggy is not only our payroll administrator and not only the person who makes sure that every one of us gets paid on time, which already makes her the most important person in the building, but she's also the longest tenured employee, a source of kindness and consistency, someone who's touched nearly every corner of this organization. To help us honor Peggy properly, we have a couple speakers lined up. First, we'd like to hear from our finance director, Leslie Edwards, who will share more about Peggy's remarkable journey, her humor, her heart, and the many hats she's worn over the past 25 years.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, members of the public, and the many proud members of the Fasten family that are here tonight. We have John, her son Nick, her husband John, her son Nick, her son Chris, her daughter-in-law Stephanie, and grandson Weston, and little Nolan over there as well. So thank you for joining us as we celebrate something truly remarkable, 25 years of dedicated service for someone who keeps this town running in more ways than we can count. Peggy Fastener, one and only payroll administrator, wear many hats, champion of consistency, and the guardian angel of paychecks everywhere.
Now, many employees may say that they've been around for a while, but Peggy has been here long enough to confirm or deny most legends that circulate around town hall. She is our single longest tenured employee, the keeper of institutional memory, and the only person who has truly seen it all and chooses to keep showing up every day. But Peggy didn't start off just as our payroll administrator. Within finance, she's handled accounts payable and continues to keep our water billing flowing with more grace than the 10 Mile Creek in spring runoff. Before joining finance, Peggy also served as the administrative assistant to the town manager and the deputy town clerk. And at this point, the only roles that she hasn't held in the town are snowplow operator and maybe the dock master at the marina. But honestly, if we asked her, she'd probably excel at those too. Before gracing the town of Frisco with her expertise, Peggy spent many years at Copper Mountain, which explains why she can organize complicated systems, navigate unusual requests, and manage the chaos of payroll without breaking a sweat. After Copper Mountain Conference Services, coming to Frisco must have felt like a relaxing hobby. And speaking of the dedication to public service, both of Peggy's sons, Peggy and John's sons, Nick and Chris, have also worked for the town of Frisco. Nick spent some time in facilities maintenance and Chris worked in special events, and they have since moved on to new adventures. But that does leave one family member who has never joined our payroll, which is John. So if you're considering a thrilling retirement path, we do have several seasonal openings at the Tubing Hill. We offer competitive pay, fresh air, maybe some hot cocoa. Now, in her role as payroll administrator, Peggy possesses a superpower. She knows every single employee in the town of Frisco, at least by name, even if she's never seen their face. So she knows who we are, what we do, and exactly when we didn't submit our timesheets. But what makes Peggy truly exceptional is not just her accuracy or her longevity, it's her deep empathy and unwavering dedication to people. Peggy cares, and she really cares in a way that you can feel. She goes out of her way to ensure every employee feels valued and supported, especially when it comes to their paychecks. She knows that money matters deeply to people's lives and families, and she treats that responsibility with incredible compassion. If something looks off, Peggy catches it, and if something is off, Peggy fixes it immediately. She is fiercely committed to ensuring that things are consistent and fair throughout the organization. She is a quiet champion in the background, making sure that every employee, from seasonal guest service attendants to department directors, is treated equitably. Peggy is the person who will stay late, come in early, or follow up 3 times just to make sure that someone's pay is perfect. She will call you, email you, track you down, maybe gently scold you with love if she needs a little bit more information to get things right. And she does it not just because it's her job, but because she wants to make sure that people feel cared for. Beyond the work itself, Peggy is the beating heart of the finance department. She's always ready with a story or maybe a reality check that keeps the whole team moving. And she's also the person you want at your potluck because she brings good food and even better company. So tonight, on behalf of the town council, the finance department, and the entire town organization, everyone who's ever been paid on time, thanks to her, we thank you, Peggy. Thank you for 25 years of commitment, for your institutional knowledge, your fairness, compassion, and well-timed reminders to submit our timesheets. Thank you for your steady presence and your enormous heart. We thank you for choosing the town of Frisco as the place that you've given so much of your time, talent, and care. So congratulations on this extraordinary milestone. We hope you feel the appreciation of the entire community because you've more than earned it. So thank you for everything, Peggy. Have some more words for you as well. Look who's online.
Also good to have former finance director Bonnie Moinet joining us online for a few words. Bonnie, nice to see you.
I am online. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. I thought I'd mess this up. It's been a long time since I've done this, you know. It's great to see you, Peggy. I'm so glad to be a part of this. You've worked for the town of Frisco, giving everything you had to give for such a long period of time through various rules, for various jobs that you've had, including payroll, utility billing, accounts payable, and anything anyone ever asked you to do. You've remained calm, steady, innovative, and able. Your caring and generous ways have not gone unnoticed. I had the pleasure of working with you for 14 years, and your help along the way was invaluable every single day, Peggy. I know you will continue to find ways to inspire while you are at the town of Frisco and when you retire. Congratulations, Peggy, and many, many thanks to you for your help professionally and as a friend. I wish you so much wonderful time when you finally do retire. I see you have some flowers. Did your husband bring you some as well? Great job, Peggy. I can't hear you.
Thank you so much, Bonnie. It's great to see you again.
Great to see all of you again. I see a lot of familiar faces.
One more speech. This one is from an ex-employee, Chad Most, that worked with Peggy for a long time. He heard about your celebration and he wanted to write a few words. So, in the words of Chad, I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person or virtually this evening, but Peggy, I want you to know how much of an impact you've had on me and countless others, both personally and professionally. You literally changed the course of not only my career, but my life. I remember vividly your persisting me back in 2005 to apply for the newly created sales tax technician position with the town. I kept saying, who on earth wants to be a tax collector? On the very last day, however, I finally applied and the rest is history. I had the honor and pleasure of serving alongside you and the rest of the amazing Town of Frisco team for over 14 years. Those were some of the best years of my life. I quite literally owe my career in public service, my connection to the Frisco community, and many of the strongest relationships in my life to you. I know I'm not the only one. So thank you, Peggy, for 25 years of unmatched service to the town of Frisco, the Frisco community, and countless colleagues you've positively impacted. Your dedication, hard work, attention to detail, and caring are unmatched. Congratulations, Chad.
Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, Peggy. I also worked with Peggy at Conference Services way back when. So next we have another very special staff member to acknowledge and celebrate. Janice Pappas of the Police Administrative Manager and Municipal Court Clerk, who is celebrating an incredible 20 years of service for the town of Frisco. Please join me in welcoming Janice Pappas to the podium.
Podium.
We'd like you to present the budget for you.
Second? What am I doing? Thank you for having me for 20 years. And it's you. And especially, my heart goes out to the chief. He's been a rock. He's been a great leader. Stop smiling. And all the police officers, there's nothing I wouldn't do for any of them. This is not fair. I didn't know I was gonna have to speak. And it's been an honor to work for the town for so long with everyone here. I have a family member who has worked for an organization for 28 years. She got a pin. The recognition is very, very much appreciated. Can I sit down now?
Dennis, we're honored to celebrate your 20 years of unwavering service to the town of Frisco. And we have some words from Tom Wickman, Chief of Police, that speaks to Janice's dedication of the town for 2 decades. Janice has been the quiet force that keeps the department steady, focused, and functioning at its very best. While our officers are out serving the community, Janice is the one making sure every part of this organization is pointed in the right direction. She keeps the police department all in line, sometimes with a look, sometimes with a reminder, always with professionalism, and sets the standard for the entire department. She ensures every legal document is handled with accuracy and care, understanding that one missed detail can make all the difference. She keeps our supplies fully stocked, our certifications up to date, and our workflows moving forward, no matter how chaotic the day gets. What many people don't see is how deeply Janice cares about this department and the people in it. She's the person that officers turn to when they need answers, support, or sometimes just a little direction. Time and time again, she's proven that she's not just a part of this team, she is the structure that holds it together. Quite simply, this police department would fall apart without her dedication, her organization, and her unwavering commitment to doing things all the right way. Janice, we thank you for your 20 years of extraordinary help, and your impact is felt in every corner of this building. We're truly grateful for all that you do. Here's to you and to many more years that we hope that you have leading our way. And Chief, are we going to hear anything, Dominic?
Yeah.
You make sure you collect.
Thank you so much. And we've got flowers for you as well. And then some of the officers have flowers for you. Thank you both very much. Thanks for coming tonight. Thanks for doing it. We appreciate it. Anybody else have any words? Oh,
Want to get a picture?
yes.
A little photo right here in the middle. Come on. Bring it on. Awesome. Come on in. Which way you go? What are you making us? Come on in here in the middle. We'll get a little photo with you guys. Oh, let me give you this.
Becky?
And sit up there.
Yeah, I don't think we can make you.
Get you here with our stuff.
I don't think we can make you.
Ready? Couple. Filled. Not that the photographer, but so, yeah. One more, and one more like this. Nice. Awesome, okay.
Let's get one with the mayor pro tem.
And the mayor, thank you. All right, are we ready? 1, 2, 3, hold it. One. One more like this. Okay, great. Okay, everybody that's here to support these two, come on up here. Let's get everybody up in a photo. Come on up. Come on, people. Guys, come on over. Come on, everybody up front. Everybody pile in. Council, all stand up.
I'm up.
Way fast. For you. Your glass. Okay. Are we ready? Okay, we're gonna take quite a few. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
Oh, it's the grandbaby. All right. All right, here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hurting cats.
ELOW.
As well.
It must be working. Thank you, guys. All right. Thank you. Still going? Okay. Forward with tonight's council meeting. Thank you. I'll now open the floor to public comment. This public comment time is reserved for items that do not have a public hearing later on the agenda. If you plan to comment on any item that appears later on tonight's agenda, please wait until that item is announced and the public comment is requested at that time. State your name and address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if council and/or staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended, if you are in person, to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting if providing in-person public comment, and include contact information for follow-up communication. Do we have anybody in chambers for a public comment? It looks like we do not. Do we have anyone online? Okay, thank you. I will now close public comment and move on to council comments. Do we have any council comments? Anyone? Negative? Thank you. I will now close council comments and move on to staff updates. Tom?
Staff updates today.
Okay, thank you. We will now close staff updates and move on to the consent agenda.
Mayor, I'd like to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Very good. Stacy, could you call the question? We have a motion and a second.
Goldstein.
Yeah.
Howell.
Yes.
Adrian.
Yes.
Ryan.
Yes.
Incan is absent. Alan
Yes.
and Kibbe.
Yes.
Thank you. The consent agenda passes. On to new business. Agenda item number 1, construction manager at risk, CMAR. Well number 7, PFAS treatment facility construction, pre-construction services. I hereby open the public hearing and we will turn it over to staff.
Good evening. Just a quick thank you to both Peggy and Janice, because they make the world go round for, police, for Janice, and then Peggy always keeps me in check too. So many thanks to both of those incredible women. Well, thank you very much. Here we are. I'm very excited to be talking about this with you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. This is very exciting project that we have on the horizon, something that we've been working on for many years, and it's finally coming to fruition. Stacy, thank you. Stacy's gonna help me out here. So in the spring of 2020, the town opted into voluntary testing with the Colorado Department of Public Health, CDPHE, to study the presence of PFAS in drinking water throughout the state of Colorado. As we now know, there were low levels of PFAS detected in our Well 7 facility out at the peninsula. In an effort to ensure the best possible water product for the community and visitors, the town engaged water engineering firms to study and analyze the water chemistry of Well 7 and all town wells more closely. In July of 2022, Well 7 was officially taken offline and has remained offline since then. Throughout that time, Town of Frisco water staff and water engineers, particularly from Plummer and Associates, received long-term data from a pilot study, which was initiated to determine what kind of treatment would be needed to effectively treat Well 7's water prior to it being pumped back into the water distribution system. Breakthrough, or the final aspect needed for a determination of a filter media, was achieved in 2024, and that allowed Plummer and Associates to ID a pathway forward to treatment and design of a new facility. Now, here in 2025, the design for Well 7 PFAS treatment facility is complete, and we are looking at breaking ground on this project in the second quarter of 2026. Next slide, please. So this is Frisco's water system. There we go. This is Frisco's water system in a nutshell. The town of Frisco's water system is composed of a surface water treatment plant and 3 groundwater wells, one of which is now offline. Groundwater wells are the primary source of drinking water for Frisco, and that makes up the bulk of the water that gets stored in one of 3 storage tanks. Since Well 7 has been offline since 2022, only 2 wells have been operational, and that has increased their demand output, especially during peak visitation parts of the season. Bringing Well 7 back online will allow production to occur at a rate that lessens potential impacts on the existing infrastructure and provides system redundancy, which is greatly needed. Redevelopment is impacting the town's need to increase water production with the greater demand. Last, but certainly not least, there will always be a need for emergency water when needed, especially in the event of wildfire. But as we heard earlier, during drought conditions, the water treatment plant will be turned off, which is where we will solely rely on our groundwater well resources. Next slide, please. So this is Well 7. Little history there. The original well at Well 7 was drilled and cased in 2006. While being a great producer with a sustained flow rate of 800 gallons per minute at their max test when they cased it and drilled it, it did not meet, at the time, the CDPHE standards. This is completely normal for an occurrence of a new well. I just want to make that abundantly clear to everybody. So with that being a boilerplate thing, what you have to do when you go into a new aquifer and you find those levels, you have to do a lot of flushing. So over the course of 10 years, there was a lot of flushing during the summer months out at the peninsula, and we brought all of those levels through flushing back into those safe drinking water parameters. And in 2016, the process officially began for developing a new well house. This was to establish system redundancy because other smaller wells throughout town were reaching a crossroads where they either needed to be reinvested in or taken offline, and they were taken offline. Well 7, being the best option, began construction in 2017 with completion and commissioning taking place in 2018. Next slide, please. So this is an existing conditions map of the project area. And The existing well house is just to the north of where the new project site will be, with the Nordic Center being to the south. Next slide, please. So continuing with our project overview, the new facility will have a footprint of 1,651 square feet. Will utilize the water pump from well 7, has 2 GAC or granulated activated carbon vessels, and has some sustainability built into the project. Not adding a pump of its own and relying on the existing pump at well 7 was a way to cut down on cost and being more sustainable when it came down to the electrical output of the facility. Excuse me. And having dark sky exterior lighting designed into it, the plumber team has tried to design this in the best way possible and to meet the needs of the future. There's more on that. Next slide, please. With the GAC treatment that has been proposed for this facility, again, this GAC treatment will draw water using well 7's pump and get that water to the top of a GAC vessel. Utilizing the pressure from the pump, we'll push that down through the GAC treatment and into the next tank. Same process. Then that will get pumped out and back into well 7 for final treatment before it gets put into the drinking water system. For a second, I lost my place. Once the carbon is spent and reached its usable lifespan, it will then get pumped out and shipped away for regeneration, meaning that GAC can be reused. And there are 2 products on the market for GAC. A virgin product, which means it's fresh off the shelf, and then a refurbished product, meaning it's been kilned, burned down, and repurposed by the manufacturer. It is also worth noting, in terms of sustainability for the facility, that GAC was chosen because in the future, if an expansion of treatment was needed, it is easy to convert a GAC system to meet those future needs, as opposed to, let's say, an ion exchange format, which was explored during the pilot testing. Budgeting and financing. The town of Frisco's water capital budget has programmed this project in for $9 million at this time. As you are all aware, thank you to the diligent work of Ryan Thompson, the town was successful in receiving a forgivable loan from the Colorado State Drinking Water Revolving Fund in the amount of $8.2 million, which will be allocated for construction costs for this project. At this time, we are in the pre-construction phase and have already put this out to bid in the form of a CMAR agreement, which is a construction manager at risk, which is similar to those of you council members who have been hearing from me for a while, is very similar to a CMGC style contract or construction manager general contractor. Plummer and Associates, who is our owner's rep for this project, they analyzed the proposals that we received, which were 2, and their recommendation is to work with a company called Hensel Phelps, who has a lot of experience and very well versed in this type of construction. And during this pre-construction period, they will be analyzing all aspects of the specification and design to find any potential cost-saving measures or improvements that can be made at this time. Once that pre-construction period ends, we will move to a guaranteed maximum price or a GMP agreement. Stacy, thank you. So our next steps, again, we will work on the pre-construction phase of this contract with Hensel Phelps to get that GMP number solidified. Once we have that GMP number solidified, we will then return to council for that number and signature for the contract. And hopefully we don't have to drop Hensel Phelps and go with somebody else. That is never the intention when you engage in pre-construction services. They're there to help. So that is what our plan is at this time. And I know that was very quick to run through, but I wanted to leave time for questions.
That's great. Any questions initially before we go to public comment? For Addison? No? Thank you, Addison. Appreciate that. Let's open this item up to public comment. Is there anybody in council? I don't see anyone. Anyone online? Okay, we will close public comment. And is there any council discussion? And or we would entertain a motion if there is none.
I just want to say I'm really happy that you guys are like, this has moved right along. I mean, I'm sure that grant was probably lengthy amount of time, but I'm just excited for you and I guess all of us, but it's just cool when things happen, you know.
Yes,
And I followed along with the carbon.
All that stuff is way over my head. I know where my limitations are. So I am just happy to be learning about something brand new and just having a hand in it. But again, I would say a heavy part of this goes to Ryan Thompson and his dedication and level of caring to make sure that Frisco gets the best possible water product that it possibly can.
For sure.
Tell them I said thanks.
Yeah, thanks to Ryan as well. I was here in the beginning for that and we've come a long way and it's been a heck of a process. And, you know, I think most municipalities should probably be testing and looking for these things as well. And so thanks for doing the right thing by us. Do we have a motion on this item?
Is a motion required on this?
And just really quick, I know this is the dollar amount for pre-construction services. It's something that we traditionally would not bring to council, but staying in alignment with how we've done previous projects that have a GMP or a CMGC style of contract. We just like to come be transparent about our process, where we're at with the process, and just let you all as council just keep everybody informed and let you know our next steps. So we have done this process in the past.
It's not a resolution or an ordinance. It's simply a motion to approve. This issue will come back to you with a much larger dollar amount contract in the future also for approval.
Motion is approved agenda item 1 today. Construction manager at risk well number 7 PFAS treatment facility construction. Pre-construction services.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. Stacy, please call a vote.
Maybe?
Yes.
Wolfson? Yeah. Held?
Yes.
Dr. Adrian? Yes. Ryan?
Yes.
Incan is absent. Allen?
Yes.
Very good. Motion has passed. Thank you very much, Addison.
Thank you very
And
much.
Josh and Ryan. Appreciate it. Okay, on to old business. So under old business, we have agenda item number 1, the second reading of ordinance 25-24, an ordinance prohibiting the use of gray water and the installation of gray water treatment systems within the town of Frisco. So we hereby open the public hearing and I'll turn it over to staff. We've got Josh.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The ordinance before you today, staff's recommending passing. And what this does is enables the town to opt out of a Colorado House bill that would allow for gray water systems to be installed. We can opt back in the future, but at this time, the level of investment in staff time and systems is too great for, we believe, for us to be able to follow the House bill at this time. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions for Josh? Okay, let's open it to public comment. With nobody in chambers, is there anyone online? Thank you, Stacy. Is there any council discussion on this item?
I know I wasn't here for the last meeting when it sounded like you guys had a lot of discussion about this, which I appreciate. And I haven't been able to listen to the meeting yet, but I will do that later. I was curious, just with this, is the town gonna spend any more time looking at potentially making this a possibility in the future?
I think yes, I mean, we can continue to look at that. It is, our concern is just the inspection requirements, at this time, the level of staff that we have, in order to install those systems. It's kind of heavy on the installation as well as a regular inspection process that we would have to go through in terms of, just making sure that that gray water is not entering back into the distribution system is our main concern with that. So we will continue to kind of see what the industry best practices are as going forward with this. And if it looks like there's a high demand level too, because I know Ryan's looked at a lot of this other surrounding communities and there hasn't been a large demand level as well. So I think once we meet higher demand levels and then we kind of get a better idea of what some of the industry best practices are around actually adopting and installing these systems, we'll be better postured in the future to adopt it again.
And the other piece of this is that we're under a requirement to either opt in or out before the end of the fiscal year. So that's why it's being brought forward now.
Thank you.
Right, but the second, Robin's question, it's important for water conservation and the future that we eventually do these things. So yeah, I would agree, we would not want to just table this for the future. And I appreciate that well thought answer. Good job. Anyone else? Negative? How about I would entertain a motion?
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I recommend a motion approving second reading of ordinance 2524.
We have a motion.
Second.
I think Zach beat you to the punch there. Stacy, please call the vote.
Yes.
Gibby,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian. Yes. Ryan,
Yes.
and Incan is out.
Thank you. The motion has passed. Thank you, guys. Okay, agenda item number 2 on old business, the second reading of ordinance 25-20, an ordinance amending chapter 65 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco by amending section 65-13 construction permit fee schedule and amending chapter 87 of the Code of Ordinances of the Town of Frisco by amending section 87-5 excavations, fees, and bonds. I hereby open the public hearing and we will hear from Katie.
Good evening.
Good
Just
evening.
as a refresher, this is more of a formality to take the codes out of the, to take the fees out of the town code itself. And then upcoming at this meeting, you'll be looking at a resolution which will enact the fees to be in effect for 2025 and 2026. So let me know if you have questions.
Thanks. Anyone questions?
The point of order, that was already, you actually already voted to approve that in consent. No, that's okay. This is the last item of the meeting.
Okay.
Thanks for.
I will open it up for public comment with nobody in chambers other than staff. Do we have anyone online?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we will close public comment. Is there any council discussion on this item? Negative. How about can we entertain a motion?
Mayor Pro Tem, I recommend a motion, I propose a motion to approve the second reading of ordinance 25-20.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Stacy, can you please call the vote?
Incan is absent. Allen,
Yes.
Kibby,
Yes.
Goldstein.
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Scripcheck Adrian. Yes. And Ryan.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you. The motion has passed. And with no further business this evening, on our town council agenda, we will now be adjourning and moving into a Frisco Community Housing Development Authority meeting taking place on a separate live stream. So please join us there if you'd like to stay tuned in for that public meeting beginning in approximately 10 minutes. And I will entertain a motion to adjourn from the town council meeting, please.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, make a motion to adjourn town council meeting.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, we are adjourned.